Hello. Good morning. Welcome to my live stream. How you guys doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching me from. Hello, world. Welcome, everyone. And to all my Facebook friends, thank you guys for joining me today. Thank you guys for being amazing. Thank you for always sharing my videos. I really appreciate each and every one of you. So today I'll be talking about a recent development that happened in Imo State, Nigeria, where a fellow wife set ablaze another wife and ran away. The woman was rushed to the hospital and unfortunately, she couldn't make it. Okay. Anita, thank you for joining me today. You're welcome to my live stream. Thank you for the thumbs up as well. So this woman passed, and the story and every discussion that came after it, we'll be talking all about that today vis-a-vis Queen May and Yul Edochie. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being amazing. I hope my lighting is good. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. How is the weather in your location? How are you guys doing? It is 28 degrees Fahrenheit in my location. It's not so cold. It's reasonable. With a good sweater and jacket, you can actually move around and do whatever you have to do outside. I'm still wondering about my lighting. Okay, I think it's better. Thank you guys for being here. And if you're watching me from outside, don't forget to thumbs up this video. Please like this live stream. That's one of the things you can do for me. And I want to make this conversation a discussionary one. So I'll be dropping my link in the course of this live stream. So why am I talking about these vis-a-vis May Edochie and you? The story was broke yesterday on Linda Ikeji blog, where she talked about the story and what led to the event, and announcing that the woman couldn't make it from the hospital, so she passed. Okay. Then it was said that it was jealousy, according to the sister of the deceased, who posted the story on Facebook, saying it was jealousy that led to another wife pouring a gasoline, which is fuel, on the fellow wife and all of that. So people started talking about it in the comment section on Linda Ikeji, and the debate was so heated up. A lot of people said that's why they will never support polygamy. A lot of people that that were born into polygamous home were busy calling that people should stop polygamy, should not encourage it. People should never, because of their personal experiences growing up, how they were always they always saw each other. I mean, the siblings always saw each other as competitors. You understand? So they were deprived of their childhood because they didn't get to play with their siblings. There was no trust and all. It was a heated discussion in the comment section. I said I want to bring it here. So let me throw out the question here to my audience. Could this be one of the reasons why when May Edochie said, I do not support polygamy, I cannot be cajoled into polygamy? So it's going to be a discussion for us today. So let's discuss. If you want to join into this live stream, let me know. I can drop the link for you to as well join the conversation. So once again, welcome back to my live stream. Thank you guys for joining me today. I do appreciate each and every one of you. All right. So let me Bimbo, thank you for being here. Beautiful. Thank you. How are you doing today? And how is the weather in your location? How you guys doing? Thank you for joining me. You guys, please don't forget to thumbs up the stream for me as you join in the conversation. All right. Mommy of Triplet, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you for the thumbs up. My hair. Oh, I'm blushing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're here, mommy of triplets, because I love to call you pastor's wife because I know you have women under your wings, women you advise, you give counsel to. If you want to accept it from me or not, as far as I'm concerned, you are mommy G.O. Okay. Thank you for the share also, mommy of triplet. Definitely, you're one person that will always share our life. Sorry, guys, I can't even see, but I need to clean my glasses. Yeah. All right. I think I can see better. Thank you for joining me today. So my question is, could jealousy be one of the reasons why Queen May said she will never be cajoled into polygamy? She will never accept polygamy. I wasn't born in a polygamous home, so I wouldn't know as per experience wise what happens in polygamy. But do I have people, relatives that are into polygamous home? Yes, I do. Are they finding it funny? Some did, and most are not. Okay, so it depends on the angle you're looking at it. For it can work for somebody, it might for some people it will not work for everybody. Likewise, a monogamous home, does that warrant good marriage? No. Long lasting marriage? No. We've seen a lot of celebrities that just one man, one wife, they've all gone their separate ways. Anyway, so nothing in life is guaranteed. The only thing that is guaranteed is what is God. That's one we know can never change. His skin can never, he has nothing to hide. What he said he was many years ago, he's still the same, and tomorrow he'll still be the same. God is the only thing that is the same, that can never change. But human beings, we can change depending on the situation. So you can't say because of polygamy did not work for Mr. A, it might not work for Mr. B. You can't say because monogamous marriage worked for Mr. A, that's why it must work for everybody. Nothing in this life is guaranteed, but God is the only thing that is for sure guaranteed. All right, mommy of 3%, there are people who says I can marry a man who has a child or a polygamy. I pray they all find peace. Absolutely. I pray they find peace. Absolutely. All right. So why am I throwing this question? I want us to really deliberate on this issue with the case at hand. Okay. We know May has been on this since April. They've been on this since April, and she has maintained one stand. I can't be cajoled into polygamy. I cannot be into polygamy. I don't believe in it. I don't accept it, and I will not be forced to practice it. That is her stand, and I applaud her for her stand, and I want her to make the very best of it as she goes on with her life. Thank you. Spice it up with Awadia. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate your presence. All right. Thank you, guys. Please, as you come into the live stream, don't forget to give me a thumbs up, okay? If you guys cannot super chat the host, you can thumbs up the video for me. You can also share the video, and you can contribute in the conversation, okay? Let it not be just me talking here. Thank you, amazing people, for being here. Why do I ask the question, could jealousy, just like it is on my thumbnail, could jealousy be one of the reasons? I have one or two things I have to say about that, but before then, I need to read up something. Mommy of Triplets said, but those men pushing for polygamy hope when women push to marry more than one husband, hope men will be this loud too. It's already happening in South Africa. A woman can marry so many husbands. Yeah. And my friend Mel, which is trending gist with Octavia, she kept emphasizing that some women also marry more than one husband in Nigeria. That is practiced in some tribes in Nigeria. So if that's the case, those people from that area in Nigeria, it wouldn't be anything to them. But those people that are not practicing that already, if you tell the woman to start marrying, the men in the community are the ones that are going to shout the loudest. So I pray it doesn't get to that anyway. I really pray. We are not in competition with anybody that wants to do that. Women, we are very decent people. We are very, very, very nurturing people. We don't want to be spraying our seeds all over the place just because men are doing so. Okay, why did I say could that be a reason? People in the story that Linda Ikeji broke, they don't give details about what happened between that the family. So most people assumed it was the same husband that married both women. But in the comment section, somebody came up in the comment section explaining what happened in that case, saying that the women in question were not married by the same man, that is actually brothers. Okay, the wives are brothers' wives. Okay, then one of the brothers' wife that was already driven out of the family because of her wickedness and what have you, now came back, pleaded with the brother, can you allow me to come and take my things? Okay, so she came out. I think the story says she came in the evening to collect her things, and before she could finish packing, it was already late. So she now told them, can I sleep the night? Okay, so that tomorrow will be daylight. I can be able to move. The brother's wife said, okay, no problem. Yeah, I mean, it's almost morning here, so there is no problem. So she spent the night there planning all the things she was harboring in mind, not knowing the husband's brother did not know what she was planning. Nobody suspected anything. And then when the next morning when they were waking up, the woman now came out. She got up first because she already had intention to hurt and all of that. So she got out first. And then when she got out first, she had poured kerosene. No, they didn't say kerosene. She had poured fuel. She has poured fuel in the house and then littered the place. So the first wife, knowing that the first wife definitely be the one that will get up first, so what she did was she now carried a keg of petrol by the door, waiting for the other wife to come out. So the moment the wife came out, she poured a fuel, which is gasoline, on the woman, and then the woman caught fire. The husband was following the woman. When the woman started screaming, the husband dashed out immediately, and then they started trying how to quench the fire, rushing the woman to the hospital. But unfortunately, that woman did not make it out of that hospital. So, what a story, right? Then you begin to wonder, why is it that people are so wicked? Why? What did that woman do to her to deserve death? What did the woman do? Why harbor such anger? And then the community, they said they were looking for the woman, that the whole vigilante, the young people in the community are looking for the woman, for her to come and face the wrath of the law. Okay, Mommy Triplet said, I commented under Lindy Cage's page when they said co-wife. I was confused because I know Igbos call in-laws wife co-wives, but the true English meaning of co-wife is someone who is sharing a husband. Yes, that was what led to that heated discussion in Linda Ikeji's comment section, because when you say co-wife, it is assumed that is the women sharing one husband. But in our tradition, you understand, let's assume a woman has 4 sons and the 4 sons all have wives. So the wives are co-wives to each other, not necessarily one man marrying all of them. So we use that in Igbo, we call it Munye Di, okay? Not necessarily that is the same husband, no. But from the same family, that's how we greet each other. That's how we call each other. And that led to the confusion. A lot of people were, busy saying a number of things about Linda Ikeji, not carrying the right news and all of that, not being, defining the story the way it should be defined. But we thank God there was somebody from that village that happened to explain in details what really happened to that family. Estelle Family TV, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. When you were doing your live stream in the morning, I was getting my kids to school, so I couldn't concentrate very well in that live stream. So, but that particular story Linda shared in her blog led a lot of people to talk about Yul Edochie, that look, Yul is here promoting polygamy. Look at what happened in this case. They were saying a manner of things. And I said, wait, though, come to think about it, jealousy among women is one of the reasons why Queen May might not yield to polygamy. Because come to think of it, in the area of social media where everything is now on social media, if you want to appreciate your wife, it's social media. You come and announce how much you love your wife and all of that. Things are not what it used to be anymore. Things are now more public. Personal things are now more public than it used to be. So I now started imagining, I started thinking about a lot of things. Jealousy, yeah. Not only are you sharing your husband with the person your husband cheated you with, you understand, in terms of May and Yul Edochie, there are so many reasons why the woman would not want to go into that route of polygamy with anybody. First of all, it's not that you saw a woman, you went and married, it's the same woman you cheated me with. You now want me to come and start sharing you, my husband, sharing the cucumber, sharing everything, the kiss, the top mouth you use in kissing me. There is so many things that some people don't like to share. Just like we teach our children to share, you understand? We're teaching them to share with your friends, share with your siblings, share with your mommy. Share. There are some personal things you still teach your child not to share. For example, in my home, they have different nail cutters. You don't share your nail cutter with your siblings. You don't share your brush with your siblings. There are so many personal things we teach our children not to share. You don't share your roll-on. Yeah, you buy individual roll-ons for your children. So some private things and personal things, it's difficult to even think about telling somebody to share. I remember years ago when one of my girlfriends came to do weekend in my house, and I didn't know she didn't come with her toiletries. I woke up in the morning, I didn't even know she used my roll-on. So we went to the office, we dressed up, we went to the office, and I started itching my armpit. It was very uncomfortable, it was very irritating. I said, wait, what's going on here? What's happening here? What's going on here? So I had to ask her, but wait, sis, I didn't see you. Did you use my roll-on? She said yes, that she did not bring her own. I said, what? You didn't bring your own and you used mine. You can see it's giving me irritation. I was at work and my body was like, hey, yeah. I had to excuse myself, and I told my branch manager I had to get home, that I needed to attend to something very urgently. What I needed was to go take a full bath and clean up. It's not something, it was very, so there are some personal things you cannot share. And if you belong to that club that you cannot share your man, share the same mouth he's gonna kiss you with, the same cucumber, that's one thing some women cannot share. And if you belong to that, there is no hanky-panky on that one. Straight up, you can't share. And then jealousy, which led to this other co-wife, setting ablaze another co-wife. But unfortunately for that story, they did not tell us specifically what the other wife was jealous about. They did not tell us specifically. And the sister of the deceased did not say categorically what led to what and why is the other wife jealous of the other wife. It was just a blank kind of fit in the blank kind of story. It wasn't well defined. But I want to say it here. Jealousy, yeah, is one of the reasons why women cannot live together. Let's call a spade a spade. One of the major reasons why women cannot live together is jealousy. Why do I say jealousy? I was trying to analyze this whole story. When the issue of May, Yul, and Judy came up, we all know how Yul addresses Judy. Okay? Okulo Kalesia, Ijele Wani. And then when he comes to address May, he says Queen May. Somebody say Queen. Yeah, Queen is a good word, but he wasn't the one that gave May that name, Queen May. It was the online in-laws that started calling May Queen May before you even use that to address me. It's always my wife, but when it comes to Judy, is Ijele. So that can actually spark up jealousy. Yeah, especially in the area of social media, whereby birthdays are celebrated online, every achievement is celebrated online. Then when it comes to my turn, you use just generic term to define me. When it comes to the co-wife, you're going to give her or shower her all the praises in the world. What are you telling the world? That could be another thing to look at. Maybe May is not interested in finding herself in that kind of situation whereby I have to constantly be on the edge. You understand? Watching what my husband says, how he addresses me, how he addresses the co-wife. If he thought he buys a piece of clothing for me today, I'll be wondering whether this other piece of clothing is going to buy for the other woman, whether it's bigger than my own, more expensive than my own. Jealousy can actually spark up, a lot of things in a polygamous home. All right, so let me read some of the things I have here. Mommy of Three said, like licking same thing, like mouth and of course, like licking, of course. There are some things you cannot share. Let's be honest, there are some things you cannot share. But people can accommodate anything. Okay, there are still people that can accommodate a lot. No sharing. Pastor's wife, who is dragging your own with you? Nobody. It takes understanding and patience for women to live together. Absolutely. I completely I agree with you on that one. That story was rushed. They didn't explain what truly happened. Yes, they did not. I thank God for the guy in the comment section that that added some flesh to the story, because what Linda broke, you might just think is one man that married two women and that happened, but that wasn't the story. All right, so thank you, Mommy of Truth. The story was rushed. Absolutely, the story was truly rushed. Even Muslims that signed to marry more wives, their wives still envy and jealous. Yeah, they drink things to make them be preferable. Yet Christians who don't allow these things. Wow. When I was in the university, there is this my next door neighbor. She's a Muslim, and we are young and youthful exuberance. So we're like, she was in her third year, I was in my fourth year. We studied the same course, but we're just a year apart. So one day we are having the conversation. She said yes, that she's a Muslim, that she wouldn't mind marrying as a third wife. I say, wow, young girl. She said that. I say, wow. It was so strange to me. I say, wow, being the father, she's in school, an educated person. But yeah, so to them is nothing. And while we were in school, some of our classmates were already getting married. The Muslims classmates, one married a third wife, the other one second. So they were busy getting married, and they didn't see anything wrong with it at all, because it's their culture, is their way of life, is their tradition, is their religion. You understand? Everything in between. That is all how they've lived their life, and that is all they know. But coming from a Christian background, it would definitely be surprising for a Christian to see it that way, to understand it. You understand? But if you read, and also study other people's culture and religion, you'll be able to understand to them it is normal. Okay, it is definitely normal, nothing wrong with that. But coming to Christianity, came in, and then most of our traditions were abolished by Christianity. We embraced Christianity with our full chest. And right now, a lot of people are beginning to say Christianity did this and then did that to our religion, our culture, our tradition, and all of that. Yeah, but unfortunately, we are not going back. We're already Christians. Most of us cannot go back to being a traditionalist. It's not that easy to transition to that. I know a lot of people are beginning to champion that, to do that, but it's not something you just say a twinkle of an eye, everybody will go back to what it used to be in the time of our great grandparents. No, it's not going to happen like that, if at all, if it will ever happen. So most of us are already, we've come to understand what it is to have just one man, one wife, and we felt that's all we know, what we understand about life and marriage. So it will be definitely difficult for us to see it in another angle, especially in this dispensation of westernization, dispensation of civilization, the world coming closer, the world in our arms and our palms because of our software, our smartphones, our gadgets. The world is closer than it used to be. All right, so let me read what Spice said. Spice is a traditionalist for those who do not know. So we are going to read her in depth conversation here. There is a lot of women living very happy in polygamous marriages. Absolutely. A lot of Christians are hypocrites who keep one wife but have multiple side chicks and side cocks. Women married and still cheating up and down. Spicy, this thing you said now, I was listening to a conversation. I think it's on Linda Ekeji. Maybe you do a story on that. I even forgot to let you know about that. On Linda Ekeji, the Nedu you talked about yesterday. So in his show, he had guests like Don Jazzy, and I don't know the rest of the people there. So they were talking about it, why single women cheat, married women cheat. Then Don Jazzy said, Nedu said, you can't believe where I saw some married women in this our Lagos. That was Nedu's word. Then Don Jazzy laughed, the way you laugh some kind laugh. He said that the married women are in his DM. That is Don Jazzy talking, that you can't believe what married women are asking for. So you're so right there, Spicy. They are married, they have husbands, but they are still, creeping into people's DM, going some crooked ways, looking for cocks, you understand? So, and they have one man, one woman kind of marriage. Like I said before in my intro, nothing is guaranteed anymore. For the fact that you have just one wife or one husband is not guaranteed that you're finding happiness or that the marriage is going to last till death do you part. The only thing that is guaranteed in this life is God. God can never change. The same yesterday, today, and forever. Every other thing is not guaranteed. Mommy of Three said, Muslims are trained to believe and agree. One of my colleagues said she wants to marry an elderly man, meaning she can be second or third wife. I asked another Muslim friend, she said, I want one man. You see, it differs, okay? It sure differs. Sorry, guys, I'm drinking a lot of water because I have heater here, and I might take a second to turn off my heater. Please pardon me, guys. Sorry about that. So now I don't have the heater on anymore, so that I'll stop drinking a lot of water. This is one bottle. This is what is left for one bottle of water, and that is 16 ounces. So before I finish my live stream, maybe I'll take like 3. So let me turn off the heater, and thank you guys for understanding. Spicy said, yeah, okay. She said she saw that story. Okay. She prefers one man to a woman. She said one thing she loves about Christianity is one man and one woman that we are enjoying. Hey, yeah, you see that we are enjoying. That's coming from a Muslim woman. Spicy says some married women and men are nothing but Spice, I don't go read that word out here. I think God beg you. Yeah, they claim to be monogamous. I don't get talk that word here. It's not happening. Spice, do you think the polygamy people don't cheat? If you like marry 100 wives, they will still cheat. My former boss was a Muslim. He still wanted us to date. Oh, you see? That one is deep, deep, deep. That one is deep. That one is deep. It's deep. It's deep. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Please don't forget to thumbs up the live stream as you come in. And let's make this conversation a live stream conversational. Don't let me talk alone. If you don't want to jump into the panel, that is fantastic. But you can leave me your thoughts and concern in the comment section. So I'm talking about jealousy as one of the reasons why many will not accept polygamy. A case study of May Yul Edochie. Definitely, that is one of the main reasons. And I was giving my instances in terms of how we now celebrate everything on social media. So if you want to celebrate your wife's birthday on social media, if you want to celebrate your husband on social media, and whereby you praise one wife less than the other, it could spark a problem. That is given. And let's not forget, when I mean jealousy, a lot of things can lead to jealousy. Okay, you bought this for him or for her, you didn't buy, you bought the less one for me. That could spark up jealousy. And jealousy and hatred, all of them, they are intertwining, they are all related. They end up causing a lot of havoc in families, in relationships, and in marriages. So this could be one of the reasons, especially with the recent story that broke online about how a co-wife in Imo State, Nigeria, set ablaze another wife out of jealousy. But we are not told what the one that was set ablaze, what she did, or why the other one was there jealousing the other wife. So that story, it was not a complete story, but I really hope Linda Ikeji will follow it up. Unfortunately, she doesn't follow things up anymore. She just brings the news and off she goes. Time with First Lady. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you guys. Should not forget to give me a thumbs up. That's the best you can do for me. If you can't give me a super chat, please thumb up the video for me. Share in your contact. Let others come. Let's discuss. So time with First Lady said Muslims still keep side chicks. So what's the point again? See, nothing good comes from polygamy. I have seen friends from one and their lives are so sad. We see the end product. That's why we avoid it. Yeah, in life, I've come to say never. I've come to understand that word never, or zero out options for things simply because it did not go down well with one person. I don't zero it down. For the fact it didn't go down with one person does not mean it will not go down with another. I'm gonna give an example. I have an uncle. He was the only child of his mother, and then that was many years before my mother was even born. So we happened to see him as a very old uncle when he was alive. So this my uncle married 3 wives, okay, and ended up having 22 children. If you come to their family, they are a front to reckon with. When I mean front to reckon with, if anything is happening in their home, let's say a sister is getting married, a brother, wedding, funeral, everybody must come. When I mean everybody must come. And when you see them, you know that this man's children are here. So that is the front a lot of people know. That is the thing a lot of people know. Definitely in life is not gonna work well with you and everybody. That is given. You can't, everybody will not like you and you will not like everybody. So for those that love each other in that family, they moved on with themselves. The third wife and the second wife were best of friends, and their children, the children of the second wife actually raised the children of the third wife. So that is what I saw growing up, and it was fascinating for me, coming from a man and a husband kind of, a man and wife kind of family. It was fascinating to see that they go to holidays in their big brothers' places and all of that. University, everything, sending them overseas. It was the children of the second wife that actually took care of these other children of the third wife. I didn't know the age the children of the second wife, their mother died eventually. So this other woman now became mother to all. So she's the one taking care of everybody in the compound, including the first wife children. If they all come back, they will come and meet the wife in the house. And that third wife was the one that lost their husband until the husband passed. So to them, when you look at that particular family, you envy them. You want to go into polygamy, right? But if we now go into detail, asking them what happened, how does it go internally, things we don't see, they will tell you, never forget to, if not for this, our uncle, that's the second wife's children. Yes, if not for those siblings, huh? That the other ones, they don't like us that much, but they will not show us. Things like that. Of course, you will notice that. But it worked out for them. But I know of a family, a man, he married two wives. Okay, the children of the first and the second, they don't even see eyeball to eyeball. They don't have anything in common, because the first wife, you understand, was still pained that he married the second wife. And after marrying the second wife, the man went back to his first wife. Whether not juju or jazz, we don't know. But still, that woman, in fact, she didn't even want to see the children of the second wife. So things like that happen. It sure happened. Okay, so that is the closest I've come to see polygamy. And then to my uncle, they had it good. Okay, they had it good. It worked out for them. But if I take a guess and look at, I don't see any of those siblings marrying a second wife. They all maintain one man, one woman, and that is it for them. And where I am married, my husband came from a mega, mega, mega polygamous home. When you talk about mega, oh my goodness, mega polygamous home. And if you come to my husband's place, all the women, most of the sisters, my husband's sisters then were older than my husband's mother. Okay, most of the women were older than my husband. So the man kept marrying. He was the Amayanabo of their place, which is the king of their place. He married several women. He married up to 10 wives, but he was in charge of his home. And at that time, there was no social media. But all my husband's siblings, all of them, none married a second wife. I asked them, I think it was on New Year Day, I asked my husband, I say, wait, though, you and your brother say, forget that we don't know how our father did it, but it worked for him. But for us, it's not an option. So it depends. It depends. All right, let me read some comments. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you guys for watching me. Thank you. There is always bitterness at the end, Sha. That is it, oh, that is it somehow. But to some people, it works for them. For some, it doesn't work. Hello, host and everyone. Beauty by NG. Thank you for being in Okpara Cha PLC. Thank you. I hope I got the name. Okparocha. Okay. Thank you for being here. Polygamy is controlled when the man is still in power. But when the man or power is no more, now war. You have a point here. I like that. So if the man is still there, yeah. Based on what you wrote here, that my uncle, I say, it worked well for. That man was a very wise man. That my uncle passed when I was in my second year in the university. He was a very, very wise man. Before that, my uncle passed. One of the third wife's children, two of them were younger than me. Okay, I was in the second year in university. The other one was just first year in the university, and then the other one was still in secondary school writing jam. That's their last child. So before he passed, right, the man made sure that every of his wealth was distributed while he was alive. He shared all the land he had in the village, called the Omona and called the children, all of them. He was giving them plot by plot by plot by plot, all of them. Remember, I said he had 22 children. I don't know the number of men and the number of women amongst them, but all of them, this man was alive and gave all of them. Imagine the son that was in first year when I was in second year. Already he has a plot. He knows where his plot in the village is situated. So when the man finished dividing those things, we told Mona, everybody, they drank and ate, everybody said goodbye. So he now told, it was only the surviving wife, which is the third wife that was alive then. The kids were small, but they made sure they now did some beacon around the places so they can demarcate and then know the boundaries of the plot. So this man was a very wise man. and a very comfortable man, because for you to be marrying first and second wife, you have to put your foot down and also make sure you have means to be able to cater for those children and not just bringing children to the world. So that was what that my uncle did. Till tomorrow, you can never hear the family fighting over plot of land. Never, never, because every child, was given the land when their father was alive, and they all know where their properties are. You can't say, no, this belongs to me. It was never done. So when the man passed, everybody continued their lives and all of that. Not what works for me will work for you. Please, my husband come from polygamous and is not pleasing, sister. You see, I asked, my husband came from polygamous, so I asked him, how come none of you is marrying a second wife? But all these women that your father married, your father was a strong man. My husband said, I'm very silly. That why should I be asking that kind of question? I say, yes, now I want to know. All right, so let me read again. I agree with you. Some turn out well, but most end with jealousy and envy. If you take 100, maybe one out of it. I'm sure May and Yul had a conversation and polygamy wasn't part of it. He can't force it on. Absolutely. You can't force anything on, not in this world, no, not even in this our generation that we have voices, you understand? If it's not working out well for you, no, nobody will force you to accept it. You have the right to say, I don't want this, and this is where I belong to, and you move on. That is just it. Most people from those home dread it. I tell you, I asked my husband. My husband, none of them, no son in that family married 2 wives, and their father had 10 wives and about 8 concubines. So it was a mega, mega polygamous. So mega, not one, 2 women. It wasn't 2 men, and because he was the Ibe, so he was in control. He was in charge. You can't come and do, if you do nonsense, the Igwe will put you in the corner where you belong to. So, and again, when they say he married 10 wives, most of those women passed on in his lifetime, and he kept marrying until he married my own mother-in-law. Okay, so he kept marrying. That was how they counted. Not that he had the 10 of them at the same time. They were not married at the same time. As of the time my mother-in-law was married, the first, the second, and the third wife were already passed. Okay, so I need to put it out here so that we can understand the flow very well. Okay. Most of the time when the man passes on, it becomes war. That's what I heard, honestly. That's what I heard. There is this one I heard recently that happened to a relative of mine. She was the second wife in the marriage, and she has 3 kids for the man. The first wife had about 4 children, making it a total of 7. And the second wife's son, I think, is the first son in the family. The first wife had a daughter, so the second wife had a son, and things like that. So when it came to their father's property, the homeowner called them, what do you want? The second wife's children, they were funny. They said, well, I'm not interested in this. I'm not interested in that. The family house you guys can take. I'm not interested, So it all depends. If you keep holding on to something, confusion might come. So the boy, they asked him, the mother was wearing white cloth now. So the sons are grown. They can speak for themselves. They went for the meeting. So the boy said, the father's house, no, I'm not interested in the father's house. I am already building mine. My house is almost done. So I'm not interested. I know this is our father's place. I can decide to take just one room in case if there is any need for me to come inside the compound, and that is it. So he wasn't there to drag, I am the first son, Okpara, my father's house belonged to me. He was not ready to do that. And he is the rightful owner of the place, being the first son. But he already, because of the way they were raised, you understand, they were never in good terms with their siblings. They're siblings, so they're not cousins. They're siblings because they're from the same father. They are not in talking terms with their siblings. So they don't even want anything that will connect them together. They just wanted to bury their father when the man died, and to your tent, O Israel. That was how they really didn't bother. with whatever it is, the father's bank account, okay, how much the father had, all of that. They came in, they buried their father. And to some people, they are like that, but some people will not. They will say, no, lie, I am the opera of the house, the first son. I must take what belongs to me. And that's where they start dragging and dragging. But if you feel you don't want trouble, there are so many ways to walk around trouble and not be bothered. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. Estelle, your selfish choice give the children childhood trauma. Give the children. None is perfect, but the children suffer the consequences. Yes, definitely. It depends on how the dynamics works in the home. If the man of the house is actually in charge of his home, which I can say is with difficulties. I don't know how many of these men we have these days will definitely be in charge and dictate the tone in their home. But for my father-in-law, oh my goodness, their family was an exemplary one. Despite they have a lot of children in that home. You can't come and mess and say anything, whether they are from the same wives or not. Once you come as a stranger to talk, they will all come together and then put you in the right position that you're supposed to belong to. So it worked out for them because everybody listened to their father. Everybody, if communities are coming to seek for opinion of your father, is it now you that will not listen? So it worked out for them. But for our today generation, our today men that are busy looking at themselves in the mirror to know how beautiful and how handsome they are, always competing with women in terms of good looks. I don't know if they are still, if we still have those kind of men that will stand their ground to, set the tone right for that unity in the family. Spice to say people have a choice. Monogamous people should allow those who want to practice polygamy to practice. None is perfect. I love this. None is perfect. Absolutely. None is perfect. And none is perfect, but the children suffer the consequences. See, it depends. Lady, time out with first lady. It depends. If the tone is set up by the father and everybody respects him, it depends. It depends. Like I talked about that of my uncle. Okay, is it that they don't have their family problems? Of course they do, but they don't come to tell the whole village what they are. The villagers don't even know. They don't even know if they have any problem. They always see them. And once anything happen, you see all of them gather together as one family. They are now coming. They have 22 of them. Most the women are married, leaving the brothers behind. Then if anything happened in the village, for example, they are not going to say this is from they will start naming their names as those representing. No, it is one family. They are coming with their father's name, all of them together. So it worked out so well for them, and it's still working out for most people. But for our generation, where men are no longer men are now fine boys on Instagram. So I don't even know how it's gonna work out at all. You can't tell me that the father was emotionally available for all the children produced out of the polygamy. See, let me ask you the question I asked. Let me tell you the question I asked my husband. I say, wait, how did your father do it? How? My husband looked at me. I said, something is wrong with my head. I said, tell me now. He now said, how would I know? Most of those women were older than my mother. How would I know? And again, as the Amayabo of a place, you understand, that is His Royal Highness of a place. The first wife, second wife, third wife, I think is up to the fourth or the fifth wife that produced the first male child in that family. So he kept marrying. Do you understand? Because the other ones, they have girls, you understand? So I think he's the fifth or the sixth wife that produced a male child. So you can understand the need to keep marrying and all of that. Couples have been tying themselves since 1900. Polygamy or monogamy, it is the individuals that matter. I like that. I like that. And I want to bring it to our reality today, okay? I was listening as news, CNN this morning. I don't know, you guys might not get that particular news. It might be local CNN. I was listening on it this morning. A woman came to their state, she has a real estate in Washington and business in Washington. They live in another state. So she returned for New Year and then was to catch a flight on the 1st of January back to Washington because she has a showing on her properties she's selling in Washington. This woman never made it to Washington, never made it to the airport. She went missing. Then the co-workers reported she did not report. The husband called the police that my wife is missing. Then they set out for search. Instead of the husband to tell the police, okay, this, he misled the police. He's on CNN. He misled the police. They went into the woods, searching to see if anything happened. Maybe because of the winter, maybe the car skipped to another direction. They were searching, not knowing. It's one man and one wife, not knowing that the man went to stores, bought $450 worth of cleaning supply to clean the blood, bought things to, and then went online and searched how will you dispose a woman with so amount of body weight, how to dispose that thing. So those were the search histories from his computer. So after a while, they did not see the woman. They kept searching. The husband misled them in another direction so that he could be able to see if he could cover his track. Eventually, trust American investigation. So they now got a hold of it and went back and got a warrant to search their house. On searching their house, they saw a knife in the basement covered with blood. They saw a few clothing there. The investigation now took the other way around. The man was arrested. When they were even bringing him out of the house, he was smiling at the camera. And then they now came to court. It became a case. So you can understand, it's not two wives, so okay, it's not two husbands, so it's one man, one wife. So anything could happen. I'm trying to buttress what Spice It Up said here. Okay, the collective agreement. Okay. The mommy of triplets said the danger of polygamy is always too much. You can say that again. The danger, it is too much because our world is evil. Okay, we are so bad in the sense that we heard about a story that happened last year, not too long ago. It's not up to 7 months. How a girl fired her husband because of suspicion that he was cheating. We know of the one that happened in Niger State. How a man by the wife because of suspicion of cheating, and this was a woman that was the food breadwinner of the home, but the husband fired her because the husband was accused of cheating, and then he started suspecting the wife and all of that. So, and these two stories I talked about, the one that happened in Ekiti last year, that one, I think she gave the man poison, then by herself in the process so that she doesn't face the law. Then the one in Niger State, I think I carried that story in here in my live stream, by the woman, and then tried to take substance to buy himself. He was rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, he did not make it alive as well. These are two cases of monogamous marriages, but they still ended up being what? Gone, both man and woman. So that is just, none is safe. Like I said in my intro, the only thing that is for sure is God. Nothing is sure. We just have to do what we can do within our means and then find a balance and find happiness. Mommy of triplets, I won't wish polygamy on my enemy. Time with First Lady. Wow. The danger of monogamy is also much, my sister. Honestly, I will wish polygamy on my enemy. Yeah, for somebody who happens to have somebody that have gone through the ugly side of polygamy, will never advise for that, advocate for that, or even wish it at all for anybody because of, experience, they say, is the best teacher. So if you had experience, or maybe your closest friend or your cousin or relative experienced the other side, or let me say, the picture we know about polygamy, you wouldn't want anybody to go that route. It is more than It is more than just beef between both wives. What about the children's relationship, especially when the father dies? Hey, my dear, let me drink more water. The relationship when the father dies, we don't pray for anybody to die. You must be alive to raise your children. Nobody's spying here. You must be alive. If you're championing polygamy, you must stay there until your last child is 70 years old. Then you'll be like 90. Then if you now want to say goodbye, everybody, they've all grown, so you can say goodbye. All these divorce and killings happening daily, are they not monogamous marriages? Yeah, you can say that. See, Spice, the difference here, in this kind of monogamous home, you certainly know it's not the other wife that is the one buying, is the couple that are buying themselves, okay? But for polygamy, you understand, the fear is always jealousy, hatred, enmity, and siblings not being siblings anymore because there is always acrimony going on in the home. It's obvious. It's not something we can avoid. You understand? And people are even evil. We women are even evil in the sense that, okay, maybe it is the turn for wife A to go and spend time with the husband, knowing fully well that the man is not that capable. Then she will now go inside the room and be screaming, "Oh, the other wife will be hearing." So there is another way that man is doing it with this wife. When it's my own turn, the man will not perform. It will bring quarrel. That is the fact. But that woman was doing it to, to rub in, to do osokos. If you know what osokos is on wife B, that is women. That is women for you. And are we going to change our gender? Are we going to change? No. We're not going to change anything. Let's assume now that Queen May agreed to this, right? And it is Yul's birthday. Queen May will come and say, "Happy birthday to my lovely husband, the father of my children." Then Judy will now come and say, "Happy birthday to the only man in the world." It is competition up and down because the two people involved are fighting for one cucumber. They're fighting for one resources, one lips. So there will always be competition. There will always be jealousy. There will always be, it is natural. The Bible says the heart of man is desperately wicked. Who can tell? For the fact that we put on pancake to cover all our wrinkles and all of that does not mean that the pancake is how beautiful the face is. When you commode the pancake, clean it very well, that's when you see the real face. And that is what human nature is all about. Anybody coming to tell me otherwise, I will find it difficult to believe that, human beings are so sweet. If human beings are so sweet, why do we behave in certain ways just to trigger the other person to jealousy, to trigger the other person to react? Why? All right, let me continue. These people came back again here. What is wrong with these people? You're not welcome in this live stream. I hope I can block this person again. Okay. Hopefully they don't come back. Even monogamous married women cheating because their husband's bola is not enough for them. Ooh, oh my dear special. Of course. Is that happening? Yes, so it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Spice, I hope you're moderator in my live stream. Hi, Nemozo. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Spice, that is very obvious. You need to watch that Nedu's interview. I don't know how to get the full interview because in that particular interview, they were focusing more on the married women that go to places where they can find young men or single men. And also, what's his name? Don Jazz even admitted that they come into his DM bothering him. Married women. And it will not be anything less than what you just talked about here as Spice. It will not, honestly. So it is what it is. Like I said, nothing is perfect. Polygamous marriage does not guarantee happiness. It does not guarantee a very, very long-lasting relationship or marriage. If not, all the divorces we are hearing every day from Nigerian celebrities or Nigerian stream will not be happening because all of them are monogamous marriages. The likes of Basket Mouth that recently happened, and I can't even remember the name of other ones that happened too. They were all married to one man and a one woman. A P Square, the Paul of P Square is one man, one woman relationship. Basket Mouth the same, and the other ones, there was one Wumi. Wumi was just this week, right? Wumi came out, I think, on Sunday. Wumi, I think a Nollywood actress or something, her own also one man, one woman, and the rest of it, you understand? So for the fact that it is a monogamous marriage, it does not guarantee happiness. One thing in this life that is guaranteed is God. He can never change. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. So if you know what works for you, and if you think you can handle it, yes, do it and do it rightly. All right, so let me see. Spicy, I won't understand. I won't understand all these things you're saying. Wallahi, wallahi, or I can't even remember how you said it again. Please pardon me. Sis, I'll be going now. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Make una like the live stream. Oh, I beg. Oh, I have over 44 people here, and I'm not sure they're liking my live stream. Like the live stream. If you can't give me a super chat, the least you can do for me is to just click on the like button to encourage me for coming out to discuss topics like this, and also sharing our opinion, our diverse opinion, because one or two persons will learn something from all we are talking about today. And thank you guys for making it conversational. All right, Nemoza, thank you for being here. I really appreciate. Time with First Lady, honestly, maybe is what I have seen in regards to polygamy. It saddens my heart. You see, even poor men, even practicing polygamy. When you are to produce a house for every single woman you marry. Ooh. So yeah, produce a house for every single woman you marry. Poor men practicing polygamy. That one is the one that even gets me angry. Honestly, let me even digress a little bit. Time out with First Lady. See what you just shared here. Poor men practicing polygamy. When you cannot even feed the children of the first wife, you want to marry another. So you keep marrying and marrying, and then expect those women to fend for their children. That's the one that makes me very upset. Because if you're calling yourself a traditionalist, that you want to practice the tradition, you want to go that route, number one responsibility is for you to fend for your family. You have to provide for your children, your wives. Whatever they contribute will be an addition, not for you to be busy having children. You can't even provide anything for them. You can't pay school fees. They can't have better lives. And then you want to. No, that one I completely disagree. If you know you cannot afford to take care of the children you intend to bring into this world with all the numerous wives you plan to marry, please don't get into polygamous way. No, don't. They live in the same house and start breeding envy. That is it. That's the truth. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. The problem is that a lot of minds are poisoned against polygamy based on hearsay. And Spice is not just based on hearsay, it's based on experience. Most people that have said that they will never recommend that is based on their personal experiences. Maybe their fathers were polygamous and then it did not favor them at all. So based on that, they don't want to recommend it for anybody. They don't want anybody to even discuss that at all. So it could be that could be the story here. I don't want to believe it's just hearsay. You know, they say experience is the best teacher. Let's assume my friend and her mother or her father went through something like that. Definitely she'll be telling me her experiences, and based on that her experience, I will never encourage anybody. If you tell me, yoga, I will still see you. This is what happened in my friend's case. That her father married 3 or 4 wives, and look at how their lives are. Look at what is constantly happening in their family. Just have to think well whether it's a road you want to apply or whether it's something you want to venture into. So experience is number one reason why people don't want to get into polygamous home. Before the hearsay, experience should be the number one reason here. Jenny, thank you for being here. Hi, is it Mexico? Is it warm there? We are having it very cold in my location. I have never seen a peaceful polygamous home. The problem is not about accepting it. The problem is the children and their generation. You see, okay, look at Jenny now. Jenny came from Nigeria. Jenny is Igbo. Maybe in her village, she has never seen a very peaceful polygamous home, which is very common, which is that my uncle's zone. They use him as an example. You understand? Everybody that is trying to, or maybe ventured into polygamy, the first one they will ask you, I hope you keep money aside for all these women that you're marrying. I don't want anybody to come to my house and be looking for food. Do you know that man? Remember Chief so person, Chief so person. You see how he took care of his family, his household. That man is an exemplary one for my whole community, my village. Till today, they use him to give an example. If you see that family, they might be having quarter inside. But I think because of the age gap too, I really don't think the children had it that rough with each other, because the third wife and my mother were the same age mate. So the children of the first wife are older than the third wife herself. You understand? So she came in there as a young bride. So everybody, the wives were like, their children were like our age mate. So I don't think they had that. But maybe the second wife and the first wife, maybe their children had a little quarter growing up, which I wasn't privy to. I was not even considering. They haven't considered marrying my mother at the time that happened. So I didn't get those details. And Spice is still saying plenty hearsay. Yeah, plenty hearsay. Yeah, but number one thing, if you really, number one drive to people not saying anything positive about it is experience. Experience. Like I had my own experience. My uncle was a positive experience. Then another relative of mine that married as a second wife, that was a very bad experience. Oh no, very bad experience. But because of I've had it good and I've had it bad, I'm in between. You understand? Because it did not work well for my relative, but it worked well for my uncle. So it depends. And it boils down to the man of the house. If the man of the house is capable of telling my wives, this is the rule and everybody must follow it. No issue of favoring any other wife more than the other. You have to set the priority right. You have to set the tone you want to run in your family. You can't love one less than the other. And we know you can never love two people the same. If anybody is telling you that, that's a pure lie. You can't love two people the same way. You can't. All right, let me continue. We have interviewed even women who we thought they were happy. These women speak with bitterness, meaning they were in the marriage, they looked happy when the wife A kids are intelligent. Envy. Oh, anything, definitely. Anything can breed envy. Anything. Competition breeds envy. Your kids are doing better than mine. Maybe you've used jazz on my children. Your children are progressing more better than mine. Maybe you've done something to my children. There is always negative connotation back home why people are not doing well, not knowing that if you look at it, it might not be spiritual. It's just that the other children are working extra hard than your own children. So you have to figure out how to make your children work hard and not looking the other way. Because when you keep looking the other way, your children will never put in the effort to succeed. They will always look at it as my father and his wife, is my mother's co-wife that is the one behind my not being successful. So that's the thing here. Thank you guys for being here. Honestly, thank you guys immensely for being here. I really appreciate all of you. Marriage on its own is a learning experience. I don't think it is the marriage type. I think it is the individuals involved. I have seen some polygamous family who love each other. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Spicy, for coming by, beautiful woman. Thank you. You are a woman and you don't fear women. Even the Bible changed its mind from the Old Testament by stating in the New Testament, telling a man to find one wife and they became one. Hmm. I'm not a theologist. I'm not a Bible scholar, so I can't say with authority what is said and what is not said. I just read the Bible to understand it for my spiritual growth. And there was this thing I heard recently when Daddy Freeze was teaching his folks that Eve was not the first woman created by God. So if anybody has that understanding, or maybe theological understanding of that, should let me know. So there are so many theories people can come up with the Bible. Some people will tell it's Apostle Paul that brought the issue of one man and one woman. There is never a place they said it. But the creation of the world, God made Adam and then created Eve from Adam. So it was one and one. You understand? But when they create the other human beings that occupy the earth before we came in, we saw them marrying several wives. So if there was another wife after Eve or before Eve, Oyoyo will not know. Like I said, I'm not a scholar in theology, so I wouldn't know that. All right. I have also seen some delete each other. It's the characters of the individual involved. Absolutely. That is the truth. It might not just be, it's not the arrangement, the marriage issue is not the polygamy, is not the monogamy, the individual. One of the comment section that really was fascinating for me in that Linda Ikeji's comment discussion was one guy that made references to that Ekiti couple. The guy came overseas and then to finalize marriage arrangements with the wife and all of that. Then the wife saw that from his phone, that he had a conversation with another lady, got so jealous, put some substance into the man's food, and the man died just like that. And she ran away and eventually died herself where she ran. So why that jealous? Why? Why? If you think this person is not straight with you, why not have your life in peace and move on? It's not a must you stay in that marriage. It's not a must you stay in that relationship. That's why you have the willpower to do what you want to do that makes you happy. Why not leave? Must you buy with somebody? The last I checked, IVD, I think he has moved on. If IVD happened to be the one that are now, joining with Blessing CEO, he has moved on. And where is Bimbo today? Bimbo tied herself because of a man. If I can't have you, nobody else will. Why? So you find out that it's actually the individual. Like I said, the heart of a man is desperately wicked. Who can tell? So it's not really the way the marriages are arranged most times, is the individuals. Like I said, the people involved in that marriage are the ones that will instigate fight. They're the ones that will do things to, instigate the other. And that's where the problem comes in. That's where jealousy comes in. That's where envy, hatred, and what have you comes in. All right. Time with First Lady Spice. What if your co-wife doesn't have a pure, clean heart? If your mind is clean and pure, you can welcome a co-wife. It is the individual with bitter heart that starts war. Okay, Spice, did you see what First Lady asked you here? And that's a good question, because you can only speak for yourself. You might have that clean heart and then you now welcome the wife, and the wife will now see you as a threat. How do you handle it? Spice, I want to know your response to this time with First Lady's question, because you can only speak for yourself in terms of how clean and pure your heart is to welcome another one. But the person you're welcoming, is she coming with the same spirit that is she giving the same spirit you're giving? Is she having the positive mind you're having? Is she as open as you are to have welcomed her? So that is the thing here. Let me see how you answer, Spice. The question I have been asking you all against polygamy is all these spousal killings, bitter divorce and domestic violence, are they not from monogamous marriages? Okay. Yeah, they are from. I think I tried to explain it a little bit, but in that case, it's between the man and the wife. Okay, it's not between the man and the man's other wife's children, or between the co-wives. No, all those who find themselves, all those DV that they get into, is between the two adults in a family that we are unable to work things out as adults or live peacefully with each other. Then they start the fight, they buy each other, and all of the things that go in between. But for polygamy is different. Is either the second wife is insinuating something, or the first wife is instigating something, or they will spoil the minds of their children, and the children will never relate with their siblings nicely. So it's a total different thing that happened. The dynamics there is completely different from what happens in a polygamous home. Polygamous home could be that the man is not just having the vibe anymore with the wife, and then it's having side chicks, from side chicks to DV and all of that, and things happen the other way. But for polygamy, polygamous home is always the acrimony is between the wives involved, and then they pass it down to their children, and their children will not relate to the siblings the way they will relate to the ones born from the same mother. So it's always, hey, you better do this. Look at mama, okay, my mother's child is already entering university, and you were born at the same time, and you're here. All you know is how to rub pancake. You don't want to study. It leads to serious, competition in the family. So, Spice, I'm still holding on. I really hope you respond to First Lady's question. Let me see what your take is, because you're so rooted in tradition. Let me see how you answer. Okay, Jenny says, "Pause. Not when your husband goes behind you and marry his colleague." Okay, yeah, Jenny, you have a point there. Time with First Lady. Reason: I will be nice with her, show her love, and accept her with open heart. Okay, Spice, that is you. And what if she's not giving you the same vibe? What will you do? If she's not giving you the same vibe that you gave her, what will you do? Because those things happen. Essence Unstoppable, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate. What will happen? What will you have? Because see, let's assume I'm the first wife and I have this belief about polygamy. I can welcome a second wife and all of that. And my husband said, sweetheart, I think I want to have another wife that will help you do this, do that, do that. I said, okay, fine. I'm open to polygamy. Yeah. Fine. Have you found somebody? Say yes, there is this man's daughter down the village, and I think she's a good person. She will make a good wife. What do you think? It's okay. I'm going to ask around about her, and then both of you agreed. You asked around. She came in, and then you welcomed her. You even did all the welcome ceremony and all of that. Remember that this girl coming into your home, she has her mother. You don't know how her mother orientation is. She has her young friends that will tell her, forget all those things that woman is doing. It's just for her to keep you under her armpit. Remember, you're not there to serve her. You are mates. After all, you're marrying the same husband. And by the time they fill your mind with those things, that love you have shown to that young girl will start diminishing. And she starts seeing you as equal. No longer as my senior mate, but equal. After all, we share the same cucumber in the bedroom. So what is there? And then the next thing you now say, okay, Adako, today is the day people are coming to come palm fruit for us. Let's go to pick. Say, no, I'm not going. I wasn't brought here to be picking palm fruit. After all, I'm also a wife. You don't tell me what to do. That is where the problem will start. Just small things, quarrel. And that wasn't the intention you had when you were welcoming her, thinking you're going to have a younger sister in the marriage and all of that. But people have their own intentions. They have their own demons. They have their own problems. And they will bring all of those to the home. Let's remember what happened to King Solomon. When King Solomon had all the concubines and all the wives, they brought their own gods. You understand? So any other person coming is bringing her own baggages, and that you don't have control of, and that is human nature. All right. Thank you guys for making this. Hey, see super chat. Oh, I was talking about I don't see him. Hey, who am I today? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Guys, you see, I've been asking you guys to give me thumbs up. If you can't super chat me, give me thumbs up at least. See now, somebody has given me not just water to drink. I'm gonna have a good drink. In fact, because of this super chat, I'm going to learn how to drink red wine. Yay! And then was like, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is big happy new year for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So guys, if you're watching me from outside, I have over 46 persons watching me and my thumbs up is not reflecting it. Kindly give me a thumbs up or cheer me up by giving me a super chat. Okay. If you can't give me a thumbs up, if thumbs up is so difficult, then super chat me. Okay. And for my friends from Facebook, thank you guys for being here. Thank you immensely. You can also send me stars on Facebook. Share this live stream so others can come in. Okay, Spice said I should drop link. Yeah. Okay, let me drop my link. I hope First Lady is still here so that Spice can come and answer these questions we are throwing at her to help us interpret it better. Okay, Spice, my link is down. Okay, I missed one or two things here. Jenny has been writing, if you cannot concentrate or have good communication skill, don't get married. It's not for the faint-hearted. Marriage is hard work. Oh, I agree with you. Effective communication, if you don't know how to do that, just forget it. It's not for children. Marriage is not for children. There are some, I missed something here. Let me see if I can I get back to it quickly. Okay. Essence said, I think polygamy can work if all parties are willing to work together for the good of all. Good of all, that's what we all wish. That's what we pray for. But just like example I gave, when Solomon brought the concubines and all the wives, they came with their own gods. That you don't have control about. You don't have control of human mind because we are not God. You only try your best to make things work, but how people react, you can't control it. I have Spice It Up here. Spicy, welcome, 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 welcome to the live stream.
Hello, Wanyoma. I've been asking that you should drop the link. You don't read my comments, so I just felt, okay, drop the link. Let me come up because you are not reading the comments.
Your angel
And you
is
kept on asking me.
Your angel is slapping me back and forth here.
Yes, so.
She won't let me hear.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Nemuzo, God bless you. God bless you. Oh, Wanyoma, God bless you. You are too kind.
Thank you so
You are
much.
too sweet. You are too kind. Shy. Let us go and eat the Starbucks this evening. Because no excuse.
If I tell Alexis that I have $25 from Nemozo, she's going to do the math immediately. Okay, mommy, I told you in the morning my money was I have $54 now plus 25. That means I have. She will calculate the total she has now. Money she never see, but she don't sum it up.
I have a number. I'll call her, let her know that she received 25, nothing less than that. I will make sure to inform her this evening. Chereka from school. God bless you, Wanyoma. God bless you.
Will kill you with that.
I will tell her. You know she called, wasn't it the voice yesterday? Auntie, I called you. Yeah, sweetheart, I missed your call. Chereka can call you later. Come go along with $25 here.
You know better. You should be supporting me. You tell her she has $10.
Are you my daughter? Are you my daughter? Anyways, greetings everyone. Trevor, in fact, thank you everyone for staying put with the host up to this very moment. And I've been reading the chat, trying to respond. It's been hilarious here. You know, the reason why I'm coming up is because I see that a lot of people have this mindset, already premeditated mindset, like preconceived mindset against polygamy. Not because directly, I'm saying some not because directly they've been affected negatively by it, but based on hearsay. When she asked me that question, she was like, it's not based on hearsay, mom of triplets. The thing there is, all of us here now, none is in polygamous marriage. It's based on my friend, my sister, my auntie, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my ancestors. None can say they are in a polygamous marriage right now as we are here. Now, the thing there is, because we are Christians, that thing has been formed in our heart that it has to be one man, one wife. Because we are Christians, or because, let me remove myself, because a lot of us here are Christians, that's instruction that, oh, it has to be one man, without really knowing why Apostle Paul gave that instruction. He didn't give that instruction for everyone. If you read the text completely, it says for office holder. I am in a monogamous marriage, don't get me wrong. My husband is just me now, and we are not looking at polygamy yet for now. So that is for office holders, those who have special positions, those who have extra assignments to do, those who have special work to do in the vineyard. So they've been given that instruction, because knowing fully well as human beings, it's not easy living together, even with your own sister, with your own brother, with your own children. You're going to have issues, not to talk about another person. So that they can focus in their ministry, stay focused without all the distraction, all the bickering that comes with polygamy. Now, with that mindset a lot of us have here, we now see polygamy as something evil. What I have been saying here is, it is not the style of marriage, but the individual. Somebody who is bad is bad. Somebody who is evil is evil. A lot of issues we are having today, the spousal killing, the deleting, the bitter divorce, the separation, the anger, and everything you can think about happening in marriage, they're all happening in monogamous marriages, not even in polygamous marriages. And this case study right now is not even the co-wives are not even from the same husband, because in an Igbo, when you are married to when you're married into a family, they call you munyae. When your husband's, you also call your husband's brother's wife, munyem, my co-wife. So that one is out of it. Let us clear the air. This thing that happened now is not even in a polygamous marriage. It is in a monogamous marriage, just between two women married to two brothers. Now, where I come from, we understand polygamy and how to treat women in polygamy. A man knows his responsibility. A man knows his role. A man has control over his household. A man who doesn't even have control over his household in a monogamous marriage is a useless man. Talk more of a polygamous man. You must have exact authority. You must create boundaries between women. You must know, they must know their rights. They must know their boundaries. They must know the rules and the regulations in that marriage, so that you don't think about poisoning, wickedness, showing wickedness to your co-wives. We are, where I come from, women know that if you have co-wives, you must welcome her as a sister. You see your co-wife as a sister, as your sister. You respect her, you love her, you welcome her, you treat her the way you will treat your beloved sister, not even a sister you dislike. Okay, so with that mindset, young ladies go into polygamy, welcoming with open heart. Now, like I said again in the chat, there are reasons why people go into polygamy. We must understand the reasons. Polygamy is not for everyone. It is not for everyone. It is not just for any man whose bola is rising and he wants multiple. No, there are reasons why some men go into polygamy. So if we are hating polygamy, let's also understand the reasons why some men have chosen to be polygamous and why some women would gladly welcome polygamy or go into a polygamous marriage. One of it is when a man who is probably looking for the fruit of the womb. Let's say, for instance, the first wife hasn't conceived, or she's having difficulties. The man, of course, where I come from, I cannot talk about other tribes. The man is free. And of course, with the permission, with the blessing of his first wife, they go out to look for a younger wife who can bear children for them without the stress of IVF, adoption, looking for surrogacy and all that. Our religion, our culture already made a way for all this. So you don't go through that pressure, that emotional trauma, that stress of trying to have, and you welcome the children conceived in polygamy belongs to all wives. Nobody's going to hold claim that this is my child, because if I'm not around, my co-wife can take care of my child as if it has.
Okay, Spice, secondly, I need you to pause. Okay. I want to welcome Time with First Lady. Thank you for joining us on the panel. We really appreciate your presence. Thank you for being here.
Welcome, Time with, yeah.
So thank Spicy, you see what you just said now. You tried to explain it, and this explanation is very, very understandable for anybody. Okay. Then again, you know, in your own community where you're from, you understand it is practiced and they live in harmony with each other. But you can't say categorically how it is done in where you're married to. You understand? Because you've left your community, you married to another community. You don't know how they practice polygamy there. You don't know.
That is why I said preconceived mindset is one of the reasons why people see it as evil. A lot of people is based on hearsay, not because they have been directly affected. Don't get me wrong. I know some people must have been beaten. Some people have bitter experience, maybe from their mother. Their mother told them the story, or their grandmother's story and all that. But what I'm saying is, most times what we hear is them say, my neighbor, my uncle, my sister, my this. Now, even in monogamous marriages, there are crises.
Let me answer Sonia. Sonia, see, okay. I don't know the tribe you're from. The person speaking is Igbo and Igbo. And in our place, women are not allowed to marry different men. Okay? We don't have that culture where we're from. I know it's allowed in South Africa. And a friend of mine on YouTube said it's also practiced in her place. She's from Bayelsa. So it might be allowed in Bayelsa, but we don't have that culture to say that because my husband cannot get me pregnant, I will go and marry another man and bring the children to my husband. It's not a culture, a tradition, or anything where we're from.
Let us speak based on what we practice. Based on what, if polyandry is practiced where you come from, go ahead. Your husband will understand that this is being practiced where you come from. Where I come from, it is polygamy that we practice. Okay, and we practice it with the fear of God. So all this idea of being wicked to your co-wife, doing this to your co-wife, it is not sin there. Or even if it is, it's just a few. It's not common. It's not rampant. Now back to the reasons why some men go into polygamy. Now, some of them have mentioned the issue of maybe trying to have a child, your own. Then, secondly, a woman with health condition. You don't expect the husband to bundle her back to her family because she has health challenge. There are women who are going through issues medically. Now, you don't expect the man to bundle her back or just leave her there, or equally just stay like that. He will have to bring another woman who will equally take care of this woman and himself, take care of the children as well. It's another reason why some women have very low libido. The next time you're going to touch them is in the next 6 months because they feel pain, or they are not in the mood, or they don't just want to make love. Now, for such women, their husbands with high one, maybe, for instance, like I was given an instance on one of the live stream. One of my aunties, if her husband touches her today, she's going to fall sick. She will be in fact, she will be admitted in the hospital. Why? Because she has this problem, this medical condition that she can't, she's very shallow. So she struggles with love making. She's married, but she struggles with it. It's like once in a blue moon, they make love. Such a woman, of course, she's from my place. I don't know, it's been long I had contact with her. Her husband may, decide to marry a second wife to, free her of that pain that she's going through whenever he touches her. There are other reasons too. A man may decide to want large family, a man who is capable, who has the financial wherewithal, a man who is responsible, he knows he can take care of a large family. Once a woman says, no, I don't want to have more than one or two, and the man can, why not? With the permission of the wife, they go look for another younger lady who can, of course, he has what it takes, not for everyone. Okay. And now somebody was asking me in the chat, how would I know a woman if I'm good and I can welcome? How would I know a good woman? The truth is this: love wins. I believe in human. I still believe in humanity. I still believe there are good women out there. I will not, by any means. My husband comes from. We are from almost from the same place, and we both have the same culture. So he knows the characteristics, I mean the criteria for looking out for a good second wife, if at all he wants to. Together we can say, okay, let us go look for somebody who I can take as a sister and welcome her. I'm going to love her. I'm going to treat her right based on what I know, with the fear of God. But if I have a wrong mindset already, the moment my husband mentions it, I will start plotting. I will start thinking about 1,001 things I'm going to do. The moment she comes in, I'm already seeing her as a rival. I'm already seeing her as an enemy. So from the day one, the battle line has been drawn. There is nothing like love. I will begin to poison the minds of my children. If she has children also, she will equally poison the minds of her children. So you don't expect love to, strive in that home, because both are already saying, you're already you're already waiting for battle from the onset. So there are polygamous marriages that are still working. If the man knows his onions, he's responsible, and he knows that he is the head of the house, he can draw the line. Every woman eats from the same pot, so you're not thinking about poisoning another person. You cook today, we all eat. If we are not living in the same house or under the same roof, we have different apartments, fine. You can't come to my house and fight me. I can't go to your house to fight you. And if it comes, if it's in a large compound, a big house, we both know you have to map out, draw out the table, how everything should work out. And then another reason why polygamy, I'm not saying it's for everyone. For some people, we have a lot of young ladies out there. They are in their 40s already, no husband forthcoming, but they will never accept polygamy. But they have sugar daddies here and there. They have multiple boyfriends. Some of them know that their boyfriends have other girlfriends, but they will stay put. They know the man they are dating is a married man. They will stay put, but they can't share one husband, but can share another woman's husband secretly behind closed doors. They know their husbands, their boyfriends have 2 or 3 other girlfriends. They will work their way to become number one, the one they will marry. But yet, they don't want to. There are a lot of women who are mature. They want to get married. They want to, okay, why not? What I would like it on our biological clock is
let me hold that thought. I want to say something here. Sonia has been clamoring I should look for the dictionary meaning of polygamy, okay? Polygamy is an English word. Sonia, before the English word and all of those started, we have a tradition in Igbo land, in Yoruba land, in Hausa land. We are Nigerians, okay? That have been practiced long before colonization happened. So they can define anything to suit them in their own interpretation. And according to Google, polygamy is a practice or custom of having more than one wife or husband at the same time. And for the fact that Google defined it this way does not mean that is how we define it traditionally. When my great-great-great-great-grandparents were alive, there was no word polygamy. That wasn't what they were using. Polygamy is an English coined word. And I'm going to allow the host to take a break so that we can hear from Time Out with First Lady to hear what she has to tell us in this case.
Thank you so much. Hello, good evening, good afternoon to your listeners.
Welcome. Good evening to you.
Thank you. So I've been listening to the host, and I understand where she's coming from. Okay, maybe she decides to work with polygamy, but from my perspective, polygamy is a no-no for me. And like I stated in the comment section, it's because of what I have seen, experienced. This is not like far away. If you live in Africa, sometimes when you're living in a house with your grandparents, your parents even get married, and then your parents want to live in the same house with their parents because probably they're old or something like that, or they just want to have them close. Now, if you're not lucky, and let's say your grandfather had different wives also living in the same house with you, even though the wives are not married to your father, you see and experience the polygamy and then the pain that comes with polygamy. Okay, I understand some people decide to take polygamy and then they open their homes to women with good hearts. You understand? But you don't know who you are welcoming into your house. Because there's this saying that a wolf in sheep's clothing. You will not see it until the person has gotten grounds in your house. And then when the person has gotten grounds, they can just decide to make you bedridden. They can just use jazz to make you bedridden, and then they are calling the shots. Or they make you look like a wolf in front of your husband, and they are calling the shots. Now, when this should happen, you probably don't care about the man, but what about your children? What about the children you have? Because it's not easy taking care of another person's child. Like, we are all Christians and all those things. Yes, I know. But the way you will take care of your child, that's not the same way you take care of another person's child, especially a person that you are probably seeing as somebody who came to share the love and affection of your husband. Mm-hmm. So I understand that maybe some people will say that, oh, in my culture, polygamy is allowed. But for me, even though it's allowed in my culture, it is a no-no for me. Now, some men don't even ask their wives' permission to go in for a second wife. You'll be there and they just say, I've gone to pay the bride price of this person, so she's coming to live in the same house with you. No warning, no signs, no nothing. And you're talking about cheating on you.
Sorry, sis, can I cut you short? Sorry, sis, can I cut you short? That means to say that you don't have a cordial relationship with your husband. If your husband does that, that means you have communication breakdown.
May and Yul for over 18 years had communication barrier.
We were not. The truth is, when it comes to May and Yul, we are not there with them. We don't know what has transpired between this couple for years. We only
between the lines. No. If a man, they said nobody takes money to go and marry their enemy. If a man wants to divorce his wife, there is nothing you will do. He would divorce the wife. So long as you have decided to stay together with the woman that you signed for better for worse from, which you decided to use not the traditional setting, but you decided to use the Christian setting, and you both had a conversation and then you didn't agree on polygamy, you can't force it down her throat. You should have given her,
that one May has, like we have been saying, May has every right to reject polygamy and walk away.
The ability to decide whether or not I want to be a part of the polygamy in which you want to introduce into our home. Because now we have 4 kids. It's not like I can't give you kids. It's not like I have diseases. It's not like I'm bedridden. It's not like I can't take care of you. It's not like you. It's not like all these things that you're talking about in terms of physical. I can't work it out. So what at all would make a man go and marry another woman without talking to the first wife about? Because if you're speaking of tradition states that you must actually ask your wife for permission before you go ahead.
Absolutely.
And so long as you didn't ask the wife for permission, I don't care what May did, you don't respect your wife. And she must know her stand. You know, if you're a woman and you know your worth, and then you draw your lines and you have your stand and say that, okay, there are certain things that I will tolerate and certain things that I won't tolerate. And polygamy is something I won't tolerate. I will not allow, no matter what. So as I was saying, they don't even ask. Now people talk about, and for me, I feel surrogacy is a lifesaver. Surrogacy, you don't have to entertain another woman in your house. Surrogacy, the child still ends up.
Timely First Lady, can I cut you?
Yes.
Just hold that thought. Surrogacy, let's not forget that is a thing of our time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When our grandparents were practicing polygamy, there was nothing like that. What they did in place of surrogacy was marrying another wife. Or some we even got the women.
Concubine. They have concubines as well. A woman who doesn't want to can accept concubine. Yes, a woman who doesn't want
women in our tradition, they have the right to marry wives when they cannot produce children for their house. They go by themselves.
Honestly,
marry a wife.
I agree with you.
I'm gonna give you a typical example. I said here my husband is from a mega polygamous home.
Yes.
Those of the wives that the father had before his own mother, they had like six wives before they produced a male son. Okay. Some of those women, some of them did not have children. They went and married women under them as their own wife to produce children. It's not their husband married. They brought in their own women, and that is the tradition. It's recognized.
Yes.
The thing I'm talking about is over 70 years ago. that happened over 80 years ago. You
Exactly.
understand? So, but it's still practiced today.
Yeah. I know.
Jenny said something. Sorry, Jenny said something. Jenny, yes, I know. She said, as spies, do you know that in the olden days, in some cases, the wife is the one that brings in a second wife? You deal with the matter with the present world we are in and the demerits of polygamy. In those days, yes, a woman can decide that, okay, my husband, you need another wife. I can't deal with this. Or because based on so reason, well, if you want to, or based on this, I want a second wife here. And then she will go by herself, go bring home a new wife for the husband. It is done then. It is done then. But today, I doubt if any woman will have that courage to bring home another wife for the husband.
The thing is that those things happened, like you said, in the past. And the world has revolved so much that honest, I don't know about you, but for me, I don't think I can do that. I can't bring another woman into my...
that is you. But there are people who still want to.
I can't. Personally, I can't. Unless if there is any reason, you understand, to make me. But personally, I can't. And if my husband decides to marry a second wife, I will pack my things and leave.
Exactly.
And that's where I have a problem with Queen May. You get what I'm saying? That's where I have a problem. She has every leverage above you, but I don't know if she's utilizing it. Like, she's quiet and calm. I hope she's doing something with all the leverage.
I feel like if she should pack her bags and leave the house that she and her husband built for 18 years, she has lost. Because
living does not mean you pack your bags and leave. You can still be in that house and file for a divorce and then get the court system to help you. Is either you sell the property and everybody divide the proceeds and then according to your contribution and you move on, or you will come to an agreement because I still have kids, I can keep the house and things like that. After all, the man basically
It doesn't mean she's going to move out of the house. If she doesn't want it, she stated like, oh, I want this marriage annulled. I'm not going to be part of this. She makes up her mind, and then they sell off the house if they need to. And if the husband wishes to leave the house for her, he will gladly do so. Understand? So, I mean, nobody's forcing her to stay in it. But if it's this guy's choice, because we all have our choices. If this is what I know the way he went about it is totally wrong, okay? But hey, we don't even know what transpired behind closed doors. We don't even know if he had mentioned it to her in the house. We don't even know if he had said it to her. And she says, no, hell no, I am not going to accept this until he did what he did. We don't know.
Even though we don't know, from the way they said, silence speaks louder. If you really take a good look at what is happening, even though we don't know what kind of conversation they have behind closed doors, obviously from her demeanor, you could see that this is not what she asked for. She probably knew about the child, but didn't actually ask for the man to take a step forward and go and pay the bride price. That is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. She may know, she may be aware that the husband wants to make this move, but said no way she's going to accept it until the husband surprised her with it, of course, which is in a very wrong way. Back then, you have to let your wife into the picture, let her know what you want to do, or that you want to get married to another woman. Your wife must be carried along. She must be part of the whole thing. She must be part of the search. But your wife is carried out unless she doesn't want to.
One thing that we all should learn from what is happening with Queen May and Yul's situationship is that as a woman, have your own money. Because now that she's having her own money, my God, even in as much as emotionally she's probably low, but she's still able to call her shots for herself, for her kids. If you should take 1 million, she can also bring 1 million. And that is the whole point. If you're able to empower yourself as a woman, you are able to tell the man that you want to do this. I don't agree with it. If you decide to go ahead, I'm going to leave you for it. And I'm not going to look back and I'm not going to regret it. Because honestly speaking, if you really take a close look, most people ask, when the men ask, what are you bringing to the table? I just look at them and laugh. Because now, even women, what the men bring to the table, women can bring equally the same thing to the table.
Yeah.
You understand
Good.
what I'm talking? So right now, as I was saying, for me, I feel like if it was more kids you wanted, and then his wife cannot give him more kids, they could have gone through surrogacy. You and I know that Yul and May can afford it, and surrogacy wouldn't have brought all these things that are
What
coming.
if there is more that we don't know? What if it's not just
It should
about
be more
children?
than
Okay,
one.
okay. My
Marriage is not,
co-host,
look,
my
marriage is not
co-host,
just about having
I want to
kids.
say something
Please
here.
divorce his wife.
And
Marriage is
I'll
not
be
about
addressing
having kids.
Sonia.
What if there is more to
My
their
co-host,
relationship?
can you guys give me a second? Sonia, this live stream is not about fertility, and we are not focusing about fertility and how they can get children and all of that. We are talking about jealousy, a case in hand about Yul and May. And the story, the bottom line of this conversation is about a co-wife in Imo State that set ablaze another co-wife. That is the title we are trying to discuss. Vis-a-vis the case in hand, Yul and May. Could jealousy be part of the reason why Queen May is not accepting polygamy? So this live stream is not about fertility. It's not about us focusing on women. We are talking about real life story that happened in another person's family, and then using a case in hand of Yul and Edochie to like buttress this point further. I hope you understand it better. Then, in terms of what the time with First Lady was trying to say, if it was more children, definitely Yul wasn't looking for more children. Okay,
Yeah.
he was not looking for more children. I'm not his spokesperson, but I know that God blessed him adequately. 3
Yeah.
sons and 1 daughter. He was not looking for more children. It
Thank
was a case
Yeah.
of a man cheating on his wife,
Pain
and
and
this
blank.
happened.
Pain and
Okay?
blank.
A man cheating on his wife and fell in love in the process. That is what
Yeah.
happened to you. It wasn't
It's
because he
not
was looking
children.
for anything or May was incapable. May did everything a full married woman look forward to doing in a marriage. Have children, bear fruit, you understand? Be supportive of my husband, cheer him up, lead him, you understand? And she did all of that. So it was a case of a man who couldn't keep his cucumber in check and
Exactly.
went
Just like a
outside.
lot of married men who are in
They
monogamous
all doing the
marriages
same
cheat up
thing.
and down.
Most of them are
A lot
doing
of
the same
married men
thing.
are still on the same table,
Polygamous
cheating up and down, but they are monogamous in nature. Yet they have
polygamous.
multiple side chicks and concubines
Yes.
outside. Though they are monogamous, but they are cheating. They have more than how many concubines
What
outside?
my lovely lady to understand is that if a man is a dog, he's a dog. No matter polygamous, no matter monogamous. If
Yeah.
a man is in a
Good.
polygamous marriage and he has legally married 3 women, I tell you that you should believe me that he probably has 3 more concubines somewhere. So it has nothing to do with legally marrying additional women. If a man is a dog, he's a dog. And for me, I feel like you just have to take care of yourself. Look at the kind of message that Judy posted for Yul on his birthday. If you should have proper lens and you should analyze the message, you realize that there's a message inside that message. Imagine living in a
And
house
what
with
is the message inside the message?
take a look at the message properly. Now you've listen to the kind of words she used. And she was like, even for her birthday, the apple of my husband's eye. Are you the only person he's married? You see, all these things start to make you question yourself, your self-worth. No, it's very normal. It's very normal for you to start questioning your self-worth, your self-esteem, because of the kind of words you're using. See, she does. Your May doesn't want to subject herself to things like this, where you stay in the same house and then probably even the songs she's probably singing to sweep is probably a message to you. Most of us want our peace of mind. If you want your peace of mind, I believe that one man, one woman should work for you. If you don't want your peace of mind and you want to open the door or the floodgates for more women to come into your house, remember that they don't have the same upbringing that you have. The same.
See, time with First Lady. Thank you so much for saying this. I want to say something here. I don't know at what point you joined me in the live stream. I talked about in the time of social media that we live in, there is jealousy every
Yes.
angle. And
Yes.
women, we are very good at it. You
Yes.
could come on social media and say something, and then the other wife will be feeling, Is it that why is he praising this person more than I said all of that in the intro?
Exactly.
Okay, I now went to you, Judy.
Polocalicia has been
I went
keeping
to
her
Judy
silence and
to
just
see how
living her
Judy
life.
talked about the wife. Judy
Polocalicia,
said, His Excellency. Oh no, he said, "Happy fabulous birthday to a king, His Excellency at Yul Edochie, Ezedike I of Funteje, man after God's own heart, king of
like
Pakistan."
David,
Okay,
like
the
Solomon.
best of them all. So she didn't go any, talking about, she said,
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
You should read the message that he, what do you call it? Yes, for her on her birthday.
On her birthday, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that one, sincerely speaking, if I were, let's assume I agree to polygamy and I'm in May's shoes, personally, I will interpret those words so deeply that I will be hurt.
You will interpret it because of your mindset. You will interpret it that way because of your mindset.
Not of mindset.
If you are not happy, you will interpret it. That's what I'm saying. If you are not happy, you will always want to read meaning into things.
See the way I will interpret it. Let me tell you my reasons why I feel hurt if I were May's shoes, right? You come on my own page. That is, let's assume I'm May. You will call me Queen May, my wife. Then you go to my second, co-wife's page and say, Ijele Wani. No, it's not the same, because first of all, the queen you called me was given to me by the online in-laws. You get what I'm saying? What is your own name for me? Is it my wife? That is generic.
Yes.
So if you have Ijele Wani, Okulo Okalesia, Okulo Omakalesia for my co-wife, you should have something also peculiar to me.
Queen. You guys have introduced. You guys have made her queen. So he's going with the queen. You guys already crowned her queen. You all already sat down and crowned her Queen May. So what more do you guys want? You've crowned her. Okay, give her an Igbo name. You all sat down and crowned her, coronated her queen. Is it not enough for you all? You wait. If Yul Edochie had called Okulo Okalesia queen, you guys would begin dragging the crown with her. You say, no, queen belongs to our Queen May. So he just thought to himself, well, the entire universe already crowned her queen. So let me just call this one Okulo Okalesia. So because he doesn't want to offend you all. She has been crowned queen. What more do you want?
Okay.
She has been crowned queen.
Let's hear from Time with First Lady. She's still talking.
It's so painful to marry 10 years and find out that the man married another woman via social media. Honestly speaking, if this lady hadn't built her brand properly, most people would have now come to lambast her for her husband's deeds, which in Africa we tend to do. You know, sometimes we even blame the man. Hey, my husband beats me. What did you do? You understand? We tend to blame the woman for the mishaps of the men. And honestly, I don't wish this on anybody, that you suffer with a man, help him build his life, and then when it is now time to bear the fruits for me and you to go all together, then you go and marry another woman and bring into our home without even talking to me about it, without thinking about my acceptance, which is not right. Honestly speaking, I feel like in this life, what you would do to somebody, what they would do to you that you wouldn't like, don't do it to another person. Because if this lady,
Yul has been apologizing for this mess. He's been apologizing. He has been asking for her forgiveness for the way he went about it. He's been saying, "I am sorry," behind closed doors. "I am sorry. I am sorry. I did wrong. I'm a human being. I made my mistake." She refused to accept. He also made it public based on all your requests. He still made it public and he's still asking for forgiveness.
No, he knew exactly what he was doing. You knew exactly.
Yeah, he knew, but he's sorry. He's sorry. Sammy TY and then Muzo, they are here. They said that I don't know what I'm.
Yeah, that's why I highlighted it.
Yeah, that is cracking me up.
Sammy said you're clamoring for polygamy. You don't know what you're bargaining for.
Oh my God.
It's hard.
You see, okay, go on.
Yes, it is heartbreaking, honestly. And for me, I feel like polygamy. You know, when I was in the university, I spoke to one of the lecturers who taught me religion, and I did a little bit of Islamic religion, and I wanted to know more about polygamy because I found that topic somehow fascinating.
Yeah.
It appeared that in the olden days, this thing was brought into being because they realized that when they went for war, they ended up leaving a lot of women widows. This man spoke to me about this thing, and then he said, well, when you go into history, widows, and so the prophet allowed that these women be married and taken care of, especially if you were responsible for killing their husbands. You understand? So in that way, the kids will be taken care of, the woman will be taken care of. And then it went further, and then they realized that, okay,
I don't know if we are losing her.
I think it's her network.
Yeah,
It's
it's
her
really
network.
there were some women who were not
Okay, she's back.
getting husbands, and so they said, okay, if you want to have another wife, how about you ask your wife? If your wife is okay with it, then how about you both go and marry
Thank
this woman and
you.
bring her back into your house? Now,
You
if the
see, one
condition was that
reason.
no, the condition was that the woman agrees. That is the condition, because they understand that the home is already for the woman. And mostly when the men died, it was the first wives that they made the widow. The second wives were not even were not even regarded as widows. You understand? So it's sad. It's sad. Some
Okay,
women cannot get.
you see, sis, you get some reasons. Single ladies who are not married, widows whose husbands are late and they need a man to take care of them and their
Who were
kids.
killed
So, and
by
a
the
man who has
people
been
who were
married,
killed. No. Who were killed by the men. The husbands must
even
be
e-
killed by the
even by
men.
other people, I was given an example of David that married Abigail. Okay, Abigail was married, and when the husband died, when God struck him, David married the husband's widow. So these
Yeah.
things there are reasons why
And what
people go
happened
into
to David
polygamy.
for
And
doing
if you
that?
look at it
There
critically,
was a
if you
curse
look at
upon
it,
David for doing that. He lost his child. That is what you fail to
no,
realize.
that one is different. That is
No,
Abigail's. I mean, you're talking about Bathsheba. I'm talking about
but
Abigail, his second
his
wife.
second. No. But David married again after Abigail, and when they married, and I forgot to tell you this,
That one is
the woman
Uriah's
that you're
wife.
talking about,
That is
Adam's wife
Uriah's
you were
wife.
talking.
They are different.
I'm coming. Adam's wife that you were talking about, her name is Lilith. Okay, according to history, Lilith did something that God didn't like, so he had to cast her away and bring in to Eve. That's a different topic for another day. So when you study religion critically, you realize that even the conditions that had to be met for bringing another woman into your house was almost impossible. And it was deliberately done that way because they knew. See, I always tell myself that you're a woman and you don't fear a woman. You should fear your fellow woman because we women.
And time out with First Lady.
Why,
Let me
why
ask
should
you
I
a
fear my
question.
fellow woman? Why should
Let
I
me
I was going
ask
to
fear
you a
my
say,
fellow
question.
woman?
Time out.
yeah,
I have
yeah.
a question for time out, okay? Let's assume that you met Judy, like AJ was pointing out here, fell in love
Okay.
with Judy, and then wanted to continue with Judy, and then get to Lagos and tell me, I'm sorry, I want to file a divorce. That's what Oyibo people would do. They
Yeah,
will go ahead, file a divorce, and then divorce this one and move on with the second one. Would that have been a better option?
yeah. I
Would
feel
have been
like it
a
would have
better
been
option.
a better option. Why? Because you see, I
People
was
will
saying
come
this.
for him.
Why I'm saying that is because from what May is showing, you can see definitely that she didn't agree to this marriage. You can see it point blank that she didn't agree to this marriage. So if I'm not agreeing to the marriage, you should give me the option whether I want to stay or I want to leave. So you tell me I want to marry this other woman. Would you agree? I say no. Okay, can we request for a divorce? I say yes. We request for the divorce, you go away. You gave me the ability to choose, but you don't force it down my
But
throat.
do you know, time out, do you know that a lot of women will not they will never accept it. In fact, when a man comes to say, I want to my darling wife, I want to marry a second wife or third wife for so reason, it is hard to see a woman that will say, oh, wow, beautiful, let us go together. First of all, she will have to ask why. No, especially in today's jealous world, they will say, no way, I will accept this. And
no, why should I agree?
But a man who wants to, you have a choice.
No, listen, you are bringing another woman into my house.
You have your choice. A man who is the head of the house, who is your husband, equally has his choice.
Okay, wait. I like where you're going, because it will allow me to explain certain things to you. A man is the head of the house, but remember that you are the neck of your husband. Your husband cannot move without your neck, you moving. That is most women fail to understand.
We have been hearing that illustration.
If you are telling me that I should accept another woman coming into my home, and I say I don't want to accept, give me the option to leave. I don't have to accept it just because of your selfish reasons.
What if she doesn't want to leave? What if she doesn't want to leave? What if she doesn't want to leave? That's the question.
You don't need my approval to file for a divorce, my dear.
The reason why is on social. The reason May is on social media crying today, and you all are giving her shoulders, is the same thing she would have done if you would have said, okay, I'm gonna divorce you since you don't want me to marry a second wife. You goes ahead, divorces her. She will come, even before the divorce, she will come out on social media to cry, knowing that Yul Edochie is a public figure. This same thing is gonna happen.
May hasn't come out to say.
Drag him and drag the new wife.
See, if I was May, the way I would drag you, oh Lord, he will find somewhere to put his head. But May has been so matured about this. Even in her wedding, you can see that she writes her messages with a lot of thought in it, not so that it doesn't come out to be like she's attacking anybody. She's applying maturity and shooting the bullets.
As if we don't know what the job of good PR and managers. We know the jobs of good PRs and managers.
I don't have to accept your polygamous behavior because you want it.
See,
yes, please.
See. Don't you think by now May should be filing for a divorce?
Well, I heard she is.
Okay.
I heard she's filing.
Congratulations to her, finally.
If you don't want something and the man is adamant on changing his will, you understand, the best thing for you as a woman is to figure things out for your own happiness.
But she actually decided, I think she deliberately decided to give you at least a year. Before she filed for the divorce, she decided to give you at least a year in order for him to change his own mind. I think that's what she was doing.
Oh, no. If that's what she was trying to do, she failed, because you doesn't look like somebody who is going to change his mind. And you can't force a man to change his mind. When men go the other way, forget it. You should find for your own happiness. Yes, exactly. I keep saying women should understand nobody is worth dying for.
Yes. Nobody.
And the moment you realize that, okay, this is what I want. If you want us to come back together as one unit, as a family, I need you to divorce and return the bride price on Judy. And you'll say, no, love happened to me. I'm in love with this one. I want us as a large family. If you don't want that, take a bow. And it's always better when your vision is the loudest.
Yes.
When your vision is the loudest, that's when you take a bow. Like I said, she has every leverage to tell you what she wants and the terms and condition for the divorce. Because if you want to be wicked to her, she's going to frustrate her in court if she goes for divorce proceeding. Yes. But she has the leverage right now. You brought this to our family. You brought this division in the sense that you're making me separate from my children, the family I've built, the Edochie that I've become, and all of that. And I need you to understand A, B, C. And my condition. The moment I file for divorce, don't go to the court and tell the judge I still love my wife. I don't want to hear that. Yes. She has leverage, because that's what men do in Nigeria. If they don't want that woman to move forward with her life, they will use court proceeding, drag the matter for years. You're still in court.
Yes.
So if she knows the power she has right now, she should utilize it.
I hear in Nigeria, at least divorce cases take at least 2 years.
What's 2 years? We are talking about 5 years, 6 years,
Okay.
7, 8, 10.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't
So
take up to 2 years. It doesn't. It doesn't.
it's
1 year. 1 year,
no,
you
no, no, no.
can. I know what I'm saying. I'm
No.
telling you from experience. I don't
I
have to
also
spell everything out here. It doesn't take
I
up to
know what you're
sometimes.
talking about,
I
host.
also
You're
I'm talking
talking from experience
I'm also talking
because the
about
other party did not give a fight.
yes.
So
But when
it's easy.
No,
right,
it is not the other party. It is because the woman decided not to give a fight. When
That's the other party
usually it's
now.
when both
that's
are
Yeah,
bitter, yes,
she didn't give a
that
fight.
it
the other
drags.
party.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
the
I'm
other
saying.
party.
If
Because
Yul wants to frustrate May, she can just walk in. He walk into the court. Your Honor, I still love my wife. The only thing, the only crime I committed here, which I know Yul can say, is because I married a second wife.
yes.
And woe betide you if that judge is also a polygamous man. He will not give that judgment. He will tell me, Madam,
Or if
go
it's a
back
man
home
with
and
multiple
listen to your wife.
concubines outside,
Listen to your
or
husband,
if it's a man
Madam.
with multiple concubines, he will not.
No,
See,
no, but
look,
according to the law,
time with time out. I don't know. Is it time out? Time with what?
that was first lady.
Time with First Lady. Or we just call her
Time
First
with
Lady.
first lady. Yeah, okay, first lady. We understand what you did to me is totally wrong, but also remember that you has a choice as a man, the same way May has a choice right now to walk away from
Your
that marriage
choice,
because it's not her style.
see that you see, I
And
like
Yul
what
is
you
not a bad person.
no,
Yul
no,
is
no,
not
no.
a bad man.
Nobody
Yul
is
is a
saying Yul is
man
a
who
bad
can grant her her wish.
Nobody is saying Yul is a bad man, but your choice should not be so selfish to the extent that you crumble what we've built for 18 years. That's what I'm trying to say.
He
He may
didn't
not be a bad
crumble it.
man,
No, he
but he's
didn't.
a selfish
You
man.
didn't crumble it.
What did he do?
He didn't crumble anything.
What did he do then? Then what did he do?
He didn't crumble it. He made a mistake. He made a mistake. He didn't crumble anything.
No, an affair is not a mistake. An affair is something you have thought about, you have done, you have decided to continue to do, and then
Like I said, a lot of men, if God should open our eyes, we see what a lot of these married men do. It's the same thing. In fact, a lot of them have seeds outside, have children outside, of which so many wives know about. But of course, they prefer that cover up and live in lies than what you decided to come open when they dragged him. He came out clean.
Spicy for the fact that people are doing it and then this one decided to make it legal. That's not the reason why we should commend it.
He decided to also right the wrong. He decided to right the wrong by doing something legitimately.
Something legitimate in a wrong way. We should not commend it. You know why I'm saying we should not commend it? If Yul had wanted to marry a second wife, he would have done it the way it was supposed to have been in the first place.
The question is, how are we sure that Yul has not been telling his wife, May, that he wanted a second wife? How are we sure he has not been discussing this?
We cannot verify.
That is what how are we sure? Because no man will just wake up, go and bundle another will go pay bribe without even giving the wife a hint.
No, so because I should go, I did not agree. She decided to go and marry and let me find out on social media. Please stop defending this man. Stop it.
I am not defending this man. I am saying polygamy is not a sin. The way you people make polygamy look, you make it look like it's the worst thing that can ever befall humanity. There are worse things going on that has befallen humanity, not polygamy. We have a lot of monogamous marriages that are in crisis, that are in shambles today, that are shams and scams, worse than polygamy. Why are we making polygamy look like it's the worst thing that can ever happen to a woman? Scaring a lot of young ladies who would have, opened their heart in accepting a polygamous man, being a wife, discouraging them and making them become afraid of polygamy.
The polygamy is one of the worst. Honestly speaking, it's one of the worst things any woman can find herself into. If it's not one of the worst, look, hey God, you're going to make me talk, but let me just move away.
It's not the worst thing that can happen. It is not the worst thing that has happened to women. It is not the worst thing. The worst thing that has happened to married women is their husbands cheating outside. Is the worst thing. And the worst thing that has happened to marriages and to men is their wives cheating outside, not polygamy.
What is the difference? There is no difference. You cheating outside.
Okay, you say there is no difference.
There is no difference. There is no difference. Honestly speaking, for me, I feel that as human beings, you should choose what will give you peace of mind.
Yes.
And May have chosen that for her own sanity.
He has found peace in Judy. He has found peace in Judy, if that is what you mean. He has found peace in Judy.
Then if May was not peaceful, why stay with her for over 18 years? What are you talking about?
Just like a lot of people are managing. Do you know how many couples that are managing and struggling to stay together because of the public, because of the society?
Do you know
how many couples, how many marriages are fake, living fake lifestyles, pretending to be happy?
Fine, but do you know how many women?
Do you know how many people that are pretending outside that they are happy together?
The point is, what you did was a crime. Bigamy is a crime in Nigeria. What he did was a crime. He can be put in jail.
Okay, in Nigeria, polygamy is not a crime. In Nigeria, he married that tradition. He didn't marry her in court, so it's not bigamy. They never got married. They never did court wedding. It's not bigamy.
No.
In America, you can say it's bigamy, but in Nigeria,
it is not. You marry May under the Catholic ordinance.
That doesn't mean they went to court. If they did not go to church, if they let the Pope himself wed them.
No, but my dear, look at this. Do you honestly think that for the way to end a marriage is to return bride price? Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So returning bride price is it's one of the processes of ending a marriage. Now in Nigeria, if you marry traditionally and you marry in a civil way, after returning the bride price, you must start the process of the court. You don't need to go to court if you did only traditional marriage.
Correct.
So in this instance, when she's filing for a divorce, it means that they had a marriage signed in court.
No, we can't say whether they had a legal marriage, unless if anybody has any true certified copy of the marriage certificate to prove otherwise. You know why I'm saying this? Yul's mother is a lawyer. The father is a traditionalist, in as much as he's a Christian and he's a Catholic. So the mother must have advised Yul, or rather educated Yul, on what the law requires, the rudiments of the law. And then the father must have also educated them while growing up. Then he got these ideas both ways, legally, traditionally. So if Yul had gone to the court to marry May, then there will be issue of bigamy. And also, we should understand, they did traditional marriage with Judy. He did not take Judy to court. So you can argue this thing. People talk about bigamy. There are clauses to it.
Yes.
It's until Judy is taken to the registry to wed you, then the issue of bigamy will come in.
You know that
you only did traditional bride price.
You know that.
And then if May was not legally married by the court in Nigeria, they have no issue of bigamy ever mentioned in this.
Thank you.
First of all, May is filing for a divorce. Okay, if it was just traditional marriage, she can't file for a divorce. All she has to do is return bride price, and then she goes to her house.
There are so many reasons why she can file for a divorce. They have joint properties together.
Exactly.
They have joint investment together.
Yes.
It's not just because we are assuming they went to court marriage.
If it was
May, since the way May is holding on and still being angry, if May went to court when she was married, by now she would have sued Yul for bigamy because she's still upset. And fear those women that are quiet.
If it was
not just women, anybody that is that quiet and very can fear the person.
Yes.
Because what goes on in their mind, you cannot be able to fathom it when you just sit down.
Exactly.
So if May ever if they ever had court marriage, the way that marriage happened from the stories we've heard, I don't think they ever went to court. I don't think so.
If it was just to share their joint assets, it won't be to file for a divorce, but it will be to file for separation of assets. They will ask the court to separate the asset, but the document was to file for a divorce. Now, the second thing that most people don't know is that according to the law, when you are seeking for a divorce, you can call in the side chick to court.
Yeah.
Now you can call the side chick into court, and then they can also sue the side chick for what you and the guy also did. They have a term for it. I need to go back to
emotional whatever distress.
Yes. So that the whole point is that some people think that when you're dating a married man, you can't really have issues with the court. You wait till you meet a woman who is well educated, and she'll sue you and the man. Most people don't
see. First lady, I said if May knew right, especially now, like you're giving an insight that they had a marriage in court. If at all she has marriage in court and she's doing all this quiet she's doing, I don't know the reason behind it, because if she's so pain like she's showing because she's still angry, she should be talking to lawyers now. She should be in court. If
Yes,
you want to
I
take a
saw that.
pound of
I
flesh
saw
from
it.
you, this is the time to
How
take a pound
Yes.
of
are
flesh.
you sure that document you saw is authentic?
I saw a
Not one of
document.
these generated or internet generated documents.
Honestly, I can't say, but I saw the stamps and everything. I think they're authentic. I saw that she had filed for a divorce. That's what I saw. But the whole point too is that these things that's filing for, sometimes even if you are filing for a divorce, most women stay in bad marriages because of their children. You understand? He decided to, exactly what Yvonne is saying, he decided to destroy his marriage. He decided to just destroy his marriage, his 18-year marriage, just by bringing another woman into the marriage. We don't even know the kind of psychological trauma this woman has suffered for all these 18 years. We don't. Some people say that Yul and May and Yul and Judy have been dating for over 8 years. We don't even know the kind of things that this woman has been going through. And you finally decided to add insults to injury by going to pay the bride price of this woman and bringing this woman into our marriage, which I feel like is a huge disrespect. Now, another thing that my dear was asking is that why is she being quiet? We Africans, sometimes we tend to turn situations to hurt the victim. And I'm sure that she has seen people being hurt in situations like this. If this woman who sang the Okueme song had come out to say that she's seeking for a divorce, most women would have said,
See, First Lady, I have to differ here. As a young child, my sister left her marriage because of abuse. Okay,
yeah.
And she was 23, way younger than May Edochie.
Yeah.
She was 23. She had a baby at hand, maybe 3 months old, and a one that is 1+ of about 2 years, 2 kids, but she left.
Yes.
Because you know why? She wants to live. She wants to be alive. She wants to be happy.
But
she wants to discover herself.
The circumstances surrounding May's marriage could be the reason why she didn't want to.
We make a lot of excuses.
Circumstances surrounding her marriage.
When Osinachi passed, you were making an example of Osinachi. When Osinachi passed, it was a big pain to me, because what I felt was this woman called Osinachi did not have good friends. When my sister left at that young age, it was 2 women, 2 of her friends, that made sure they packed her things, put her in a vehicle. If you know Nigeria a little bit, Jos, Plateau State, is about 3 or 4 states before my parents' place in Anambra State. They made sure they got a car, packed the car. When the man had gone to work, she ran, okay? When the man had gone to work, the man was a lecturer, the professor. So nobody should tell me it was a bushman that did that. No. My sister at the time, a lawyer. So she ran, okay? They packed her things. How they got the vehicle, paid the driver, she did not know. All those 2 women said, we can't be alive and watch our friend die. We can't be alive, and this will be happening to a young girl. You married this girl at 19 when she was in her 3rd year in the university. She has never known what it is. You were her virgin husband, everything. Now you're suppressing her. It will not happen. They made those arrangements. The next thing, I was a young girl in primary school. My sister was brought home in the evening. You understand? My mother was like, has he got into this? He said, yes. How did you come here? It was Auntie Ada and Hajia. Do you understand? 2 women.
Yeah.
So when Osinachi passed, it was personal to me.
But let me ask you
because if she had those kind of friends that could move mountains, they could have done something else.
I have a question to ask you. When your sister came home, how was society treating her?
Which society? That's the thing.
Exactly.
It's all about the society about how you and your family.
Let me break it down for you. My mother is a widow. Okay. My mother is a widow. So practically she was standing by herself.
Yes.
The village people said that my mother, because my mother, her eye tear reached back, that's why she will allow her daughter to come back. Did my mother listen to anybody? No. Did we care about what society was saying? No. My mother, as a widow, she has 8 children. She paid tuition for the 8 of us. Nobody contributed, not even a dime. Then you want me, because of what the society will say, to allow my child die? It's not happening.
Now,
people should stop giving excuses and brace up when you have problem.
Yes.
Brace up to face it. Can I say something? Time with first lady. Can I say something?
Before I forget, let me just say this. I asked that question because most people tend to listen to society so much that even when they are in a marriage that is killing them, they decide to stay. This lady was a woman of the pulpit. This woman was a lady singing to the glory of God. You understand? She thought that she had an audience and people were probably looking up to her marriage. You understand? So because of all these things, she decided to stay. And if she had come out to say that maybe my husband is beating me, some people would even say that she is rather a bad woman. She's rather a bad wife. You understand what I mean? So that's the point I'm drawing at. If probably May should come out to say certain things, people will probably misconstrue her words and then turn the whole thing against her. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So maybe that is why she's probably just being hush and just waiting till maybe the whole thing is over and then she'll say, well, we are divorced now.
Time with first lady. I agree with you. Now the problem is this: bringing everything to social media. If May, for instance, wanted to quit the marriage, she doesn't have to come to social media to announce it, does she? Let people speculate, let people say anything. But when you want to do the breakup, you come on social media to announce it. After when they got married, it's not as if the social media was set ablaze with their marriage. So when you want to leave, you can leave quietly without really coming on social media to announce it. Even if someone brings it on social media, you don't have to say anything. The problem the society or people are having today, marriages are having today, is bringing everything on social media, because you can leave that marriage without coming on social media to announce it. If you are in a bitter marriage, you're in a very hellish marriage, you can leave that marriage quietly. File for a divorce. You don't have to come on social media and start talking. That is where the problem lies, because the moment you come on social media, that's when people start cruising with it. People start taking sides. People start speculating. A lot of women have left their marriages without saying pim, and they're happy. They're not depressed. They're moving on with their lives.
To understand is that you and Basket Mouth and the rest, all these people are people of the media. Let's say the media. We already know their lives. Basket Mouth didn't really come out to say anything until they finally finalized their divorce. That is the whole point. So that at least when somebody else is interested in Basket Mouth, she won't sit down and say that, oh, he's a married man. You understand where I'm coming from? Definitely, they have to come out to say it. Because there are people.
No, not there. That is why you didn't come out to say anything. It was this guy that dragged this whole thing out. This thing has been happening behind closed doors. They have been trying to sort out these things behind closed doors until, of course, bloggers got wind of it and then brought it on social media, and see how it has escalated. Who knows if they would have settled this thing amicably without anybody knowing about it?
This lover brought it out. But the whole point, what you are failing to understand is that you may found out about the marriage just like you and I on social media. That is the gross disrespect.
Yeah.
Found out about it just like you and I, who are not even married to the man, on social media. So we can't defend this man. This man knew exactly.
First lady, do you know that act alone is what I will file for divorce for?
Quick.
But you understand, but people are different. May is taking it slow and steady, thinking the man will change. Me, I will even give you the option for you to change. That disrespect alone is enough, because not only did you disrespect me, you cause havoc in my children's mind, trauma in their lives. Is enough for me to tell you know what, see you in court.
Yes.
And somebody will say it's because I have legal background or because I have education or I have exposure and all of that. No. I got to know about being happy when I was in my 3rd year in the university, when I was doing family law. That's when I realized in everything that happened, divorce, the most important thing is the best interest of the child. Yes. And for that reason, no man is worth dying for. Maybe because my sister walked out of a marriage, you understand? I realized that early in my life. So when I saw that was the height of it for me. If you ask me, I don't even know why May is still talking about this. It would have been home and dry. All done with.
But you see, as you rightly said, fear women who are quiet.
Well, thank God, First Lady says she's already filing for a divorce. Let's hope so. Let's hope so that this year this whole thing will die down. Because truth is, I don't know, this waiting for worrying about what society will say, what people will say is the problem. A lot of women have decided to stay in abusive marriages up till now and pretending that their marriage is working out so fine. What will people say? You're always thinking about others. You're not thinking about yourself. You're always worried about what will people say. What is your problem with what people will say? What do you feel? What do you think? What do you want? Should come first.
It's not everybody.
Let people say whatever they want to say.
It's not everybody who's like you and I who can close their ears to people talking about them. People have serious mental health issues. You understand? And just imagine people in the limelight. I'm really thinking about what Daniela is going through. That girl doesn't really look okay to me. Yes. She doesn't look okay to me at all because the girl tries to force.
Everything is on social media. The dragging on social media, the cursing is too much. Everything, the negativity on social media is too much.
It doesn't look good because even her friends, my God, even her friends, they'll probably talk about her. Immediately she steps into the room, they probably keep quiet, and then this girl will probably say they were talking about me. You understand? So you see, people may defend you however they want, but they shouldn't forget that the man made a selfish decision that has not just affected him and his wife, but his children. Especially Daniela. That girl needs to talk to a therapist. She doesn't look good.
But First Lady, if I may chip in something about Daniela here, I don't have the statistics, but I'm gonna do a guesswork. Just like Spicy said, most marriages in Nigeria is not far from what Yul and May are going through. And who are the witnesses in all of this playing out between husband and wife? The children. So most of those people in her school, forget those are parents. That's how my father the other day was. My mother caught him with one side chick. Then this one was saying, my daddy can't say anything to me because I caught my daddy myself.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So those children, Nigerian kids, it's different from it. Where I'm saying is I have a case. Somebody called me last year that her son, at the time the son was just getting into 1st year in college. So his own laptop or computer was giving problems. So the father borrowed him his own. Not knowing that all those conversations the man was having with all those women were there.
Oh my God. So
this boy was like reading back and forth, and then busted out screaming, "Mommy, mommy, mommy!" The woman, what's going on, son?
Child.
You know this is what that is doing. So when it comes to Daniela, I tell you, most of her peers in school, they might have had a little experience, maybe not on the internet.
I agree with you, but what
Oyoyo and time with First Lady. Do you guys know that if this whole thing hadn't been on social media, this whole dragon, that it wouldn't, maybe the way you think she's feeling now, she wouldn't have been feeling that way. If the whole thing has been done silently, or maybe the mother decided to file for divorce from the onset and they both separate amicably, even when it comes online, she's not saying anything, she's not talking, she's not listening to online in-laws. Do you know that the children will not feel this way? Because of the dragon, people have overstretched this thing. The dragon is not stopping. That is why the children are going to be traumatized. A lot of marriages are people are being separated daily. People are going for divorce daily. People are discovering things daily, but they're not on social media, and life goes on for them.
It's not really
but once you're a celebrity, a public figure,
it's not just about the dragging. You see, even in our homes, when our mommy and daddy were fighting, as kids, when you see it, it gives you this sadness in your heart. Not necessarily social media, but even at home, when you realize they're not on good terms, you have so much sadness in your heart. Which sometimes you go to school, they are teaching, but your mind is not on what is taught.
Yeah.
It's that the social media tend. So, but even if they were not on social media, trust me, she will probably be feeling something like this, but it will probably not be as worse as this right now.
Yes.
Yeah, she will feel it, but it won't be this bad. She will feel it, and before you say Jack, she's gonna move on with her life. She's gonna move on, and they will be fine. No, I mean every woman who goes through divorce feels bad. Every woman who goes through divorce definitely will feel bad, but after a while they will heal. But with the way the whole thing is going, it is making the situation worse for everybody involved, for all parties involved.
I saw a video of Ella on TikTok. That's the video. She wrote at the top that you say I'm beautiful, and then she gives you an eye. I don't know if anybody has seen that video. See,
whose video?
Daniela's video on TikTok. And then you know how that video they post a video and then they write maybe a caption at the top and then it has a sound and then you have to behave. It's just like a 5-10 seconds video. Now it's written at the top that you say I'm beautiful or something like that, and then she gives you an eye in the video. You see something like that. When I'm reading a person, already this girl feels that men are scam. She's already feeling that men are scam because of probably what been through in the hands of an 18-year-old marriage. She's probably feeling that men are scam. As much as it's on social
media. That is the truth.
Yeah.
She has every right to feel that way because of what has happened to her.
Exactly.
You know, definitely she will feel that way.
Social media, even me in our homes, if you are having maybe your mom and dad had a divorce and you probably know the story and you know the story that led to the divorce, you will learn a thing or two about this thing. You will learn a thing or two about the situation that happened, and then you will do your best to make sure that you don't fall victim into that kind of situation. So like I was saying, like you must make sure that as much as we are making decisions, the decisions we are making does not affect the people. May wrote something, try and be happy, but don't destroy somebody's happiness in the process.
In the process, yeah. First lady, a lot of things are really happening. And Jenny here just pointed to us that a few days ago, a man killed his wife because of common bread. And she want to believe that wasn't the first time the man raised his hand on the woman.
Yeah.
I said it here, and I don't know how many times I'm going to stress it. No man worth dying for.
Period.
If a man raises his hand and you kept quiet the first time, he will do it the next time.
Exactly.
Once he's done the first time, that is the time you start making arrangements on how you want your happiness. Exactly. Whether you want to go back into that marriage, stay. And don't use your children as an excuse. Please. Because them continue to stay in that home and the man will be raising all kinds of words on your children. Is not helping your children mental health.
You know, when I was getting married, one of my aunties advised me, and she gave me a couple of advices. So the first one she said was that, Vanessa, love yourself. Love your husband, all right, but love yourself.
Yeah.
Show him things you will not tolerate. Don't tolerate physical, mental, or emotional abuse. Because the moment you tolerate those things, you will die and leave your children. And you'll find a wife at your funeral. And that is true. Exactly. I'm just saying this to actually say that what you said is actually true. No man is worth dying for.
I will not.
You are in a partnership in this marriage. You must make sure that you and your spouse and your children are very comfortable. You must make sure that you respect your spouse, because respect is reciprocal. Both of you respect each other. Draw clear boundaries to make sure that it doesn't cross. Because when it doesn't cross out that way, it makes the marriage beautiful. But if you decide that you were just going to stay there and then watch a man physically, emotionally, psychologically abuse you, you will die and leave your kids. Thank you so much, Patty.
Patty Yaba, thank you so much, and thank you for that. Of course, she sounds so amazing. I love hearing her talk. You guys have been amazing. Thank you, Joe, for joining us in this conversation today. I really appreciate each and every one of you. And like I said, please give me a thumbs up if you're coming into the live stream. That's the Best you can do for me, if you can't give me a super chat, just like the video. Is just by clicking the the like sign, and that is all. So there is somebody says something, and Ngozi said, Ngozi Obioha, First Lady, your opinion is easy said than done. How can May not talk when her husband has already exposed the news to social media? You sound to be on Judy Austin's side. Wow, you put yourself. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ngozi, I think you're just coming into the live stream, so you don't. If you want to know how First Lady has been speaking, just go a little few minutes behind, rewind and hear her opinion, because she has actually aired strong opinion here, which I completely enjoy, hearing from her. So I'm not here to tell you what she's been saying, because this is very judgmental, saying that she's on Judy's side without even knowing what she was talking about. May shouldn't try to be anybody's hero. Let everybody be their own hero. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that, Nemozo, because a lot of people that are not happy in their homes are now using May as a scapegoat to speak their truth, while they are still in their broken marriages, but they want to use May as the champion. Everybody should be speaking up by themselves, and let May and her family decide what is best for them. Ocean Grace, thank you for being here. I'm sorry I didn't welcome you. You've been here for some time, and thank you. The best advice they gave me is never forget yourself. You see, this marriage matter, it's always women that forget themselves, because most men don't. You see, First Lady, just similar to what they told you when you were getting married, yes. Love yourself, never forget yourself. They're basically the same thing. And that's the best advice you can actually give somebody, because when we get into marriage, all we are thinking about, my husband, home, then the next thing, children. And once kids start coming, you even forget yourself. And before you know it, the man is busy enjoying himself, and you are the one taking care of everything. And again, you're working. It's not that you're taking care of everything. You're still building your career, because no woman should be idle these days. Find something for yourself. So when it gets to the point that this is the situation like it is for me, you have something to fall back on, not depending absolutely 100% on a man. It shouldn't be. So,
James, how long have I been muted? My God, you know that I didn't know my mic has been muted.
No, I knew you were talking to somebody, so I had to mute you. I didn't want to hear.
Okay. Oh dear. I was talking to my husband.
So we didn't hear anything, so don't worry about that.
Oh, thank God he didn't hear anything.
So what you just said, what the message you just read about taking care about of the home and forgetting yourself and all those things. I went to visit a friend, and they got married just last year. I went to the house. This lady was sitting down with a heap of clothes, washing. And so when I went, I was like, oh, I was happy to see my friend, and she really looked tired. But I felt like maybe, on Saturdays, most of us decide to clean our entire house out, like from head to toe. So I was thinking that was the reason. So I was like, oh, where's your husband? Let me go say hi, and then come and sit down and let's have a talk. When I went, this man was sitting down watching TV with his legs crossed. And I saw this woman.
Wait. Where did this happen? A lot of African men. Africa.
Very typical of a lot of African men.
Where did it happen?
When I came to Ghana.
Okay.
In Africa, in Ghana.
Okay.
So I want to say hello to the man. Immediately I went there. The man was like, "Oh, Vanessa, it's good to see you. You look beautiful." I said, "Yeah, that's what happens when you marry a good man." And he was like, "Am I trying to tell him something?" I said, "I think you know what I'm trying to tell you. My friends know how opinionated I am, especially when it has to do with things that I feel are not right." So I just went straight ahead and I was like, "Hey, you're watching TV. What have you been doing the whole day?" I was like, "Oh, I had football in the afternoon. My wife just finished preparing fufu." And in Ghana, fufu, I don't know, I think it's the same as Nigeria. You have to boil the cassava and the plantain and pound it before you do the soup and all those stuff. The woman had already done all these things. And then I just started screaming her name to come into the living room. When she came, I asked her, "My dear, what have you been doing?" So, "Oh, when I woke up, the kitchen was in a mess. I had to clean it up. And my husband doesn't really like food that has the night. So the man likes food that is
fresh food.
No problem. Keep on talking. Okay.
Stop ahead.
I had to wash the bathrooms. I'm now washing the clothes. When I'm done, I'll come and do lunches for the kids because the kids eat food that I've seen the next day. So I'm doing food keep for the kids because my husband doesn't like it. So I just sat down and I was like, Andy, do you know I've even mentioned this name? Do you know you're a very wicked man? Because if you don't take care, this woman standing here will start looking 20 years older than her age.
Yeah.
You woke up, did nothing, allowed this woman do everything. And let me tell you this, when they had their first child, this woman went through C-section. And we all know that the things that come with C-section. Now, C-sections, when you do it, you're not supposed to bend for so long. And the wound takes at least...
You're not supposed to lift your baby up if he's more than 10 pounds. Say that.
Exactly. So, and most of the times when you are bending down, you can't bend down for so long. Because when you bend down for so long, the stitch may even open inside you without you even noticing. And I kept on telling this man that, why are you making a friend go through this? I was like, didn't you see? He said, Vanessa, I didn't know that this man didn't like food that was not cooked overnight. That can spend overnight. This woman is a... This woman goes to work. They close at 5. They have to do the calculation. Everything. She'll be by 7, 8. She's on her way home. This man will come home, sit down, and wait for the wife to come back to come and cook for him to eat. God forbid. I just look at this man. I was like, "Don't you want to file for a divorce?" The guy was like,
serious?
"I'm serious. They know me." The guy was like, "Vanessa,
Time with First Lady. I don't blame the man. It's the woman I am blaming.
Why are you blaming the
Allowed
woman?
herself to be a Jackie. Yes, allowing herself to be a slave. Forgetting herself like it's all... Wait. Is she a slave? Did they marry her a slave?
This person
They
is
live in
You know, from the beginning of marriage, what you start is what you finish.
This woman is a chartered accountant. Now in Ghana, after you finish with the university, she went to University of Ghana. After you are finished with the university, you have to go and do another course and then write an exam, which takes almost a year before you can become a chartered accountant. So it's not like this woman doesn't have hair, though. When we talk about school book, this woman has head. But she's sitting down for this man. I told the guy that if I was your wife, I would divorce you. I don't care if the marriage is 2 days old, 5 days old, I will file for a divorce because you are going to kill me. You're not helping her with anything. Did you even go through counseling? She said, oh, well, we went through counseling. I was like, did you complete it? They were like, oh, no, we didn't come. I said, that is it. Because I don't know about other countries, but when I was getting married, the counselor asked us to share the house chores. So I told my husband that I have back pain, so I can't bend down for too long. Because when I was having my child, I went through cesarean section, and then the aftermath is that I'm having back pains. So I can't bend down for too long. My husband was like, yes, I know.
See, time, okay, you at least you got and in a and in the sense that you were informed before the marriage things to do. See, somebody like me, when I got married, we have washing machine overseas, so then I washed my husband's shirt, the color of shirt that you have to use your hand to wash it. I threw everything in the washer. The man complained the first day that he didn't wash well. The second day he didn't wash well. I was quiet. Then the third time, I say, you know what, from today you'll be washing your clothes.
Yes.
And I say, listen, I have never washed any man's clothes in my life.
Yes.
This me you're seeing. My father died when I was young, so I didn't get the privilege to wash his shirt. And my brothers, the first time I ironed my other brother's shirt in Lagos, when I finished ironing the shirt, he said I did not iron it well. I said, bros, wait, I have never ironed a shirt in my life. I only iron women's shirts, and I'm comfortable the way I iron my own shirt. My brother started looking at me like that. I say, yes. So I told my husband the same thing. I have never washed any man's shirt all my life. My brother will go to dry cleaner to wash it. So if you think I'm not washing it well, from today going forward, that junction, that if you're entering a house, that's the dry cleaner's office. Start taking your shirt there.
Yes.
Women, speak up for yourself.
Be with you. There was one time when...
Can I say something quickly? Based on this particular thing we're talking about now, why I say I blame the woman, there are a lot of women who want to just please their husbands and displease themselves. They want to appear to be the perfect wife. They want to be good. They want to pretend that they know how to do everything, how to wash the ceiling, clean the gate, mop the river, and do all that. They want to just prove to you that they are the perfect wife material. So this thing have started before they even got married. It is something that she started while they were still dating or even courting. So
this one, they were dating and were doing long distance relationship. You understand? They were doing long distance relationship.
So a lot of women, right from relationship, have started this. When they go visit their boyfriends, they pack up all the jeans, they wash it, mop the ground, cook, stock the fridge, and still submit themselves like the sacrificial lamb to be used at the end of the whole work. So by the time they now finish the wife material exam and they are scored and they finally marry them home, what do you expect the man to do? She has been doing the exam. So now that she's fully married, she has to continue the Jackie work.
No, please. I am not allowed when it's...
Do not start what you can't finish.
What you can't finish, period.
I've said, I called... You know, the two of them, when they got married, I was their maid of honor. So I have a say in this marriage. Because there is no way I'm going to be a maid of honor to a marriage that will crumble. Not before my face. Especially when I feel like there is something I can do about it. So what I did was this. I called the pastor who blessed their marriage. We had a sitting and then we spoke about it. So the agreement was that if the man cannot help the woman, the man should at least help the woman by getting house helps for the house. If there is a house help, I'm not even coming to sleep at home. They should come and sweep the compound. They should come and wash his clothes. She can decide to do the cooking. But for the food that he's saying that he can't eat, one that I've seen the taste of at the night, that one has to stop. It is deliberate for you to tell me I have to cook every single day when you know that I am a career woman. I pay bills just like you. And I was like, does she help with bills? He said, oh yeah, she helps with the pastor asked him, does she help with bills? He said, oh yes, she does. So she pays the kids' fees, she pays utility, and I'm like, so why like this? Why are you treating her like this?
First lady, this is your story. I'm listening to it, I'm laughing because not in my generation that
woman is not
themselves.
Now woman will not be.
No, this one that she forgot it. You know, she comes from a home where I think she saw her mother doing the same thing. You know, sometimes when your kids see you do the same thing, when it is abuse, they don't notice it because they think mommy did the same thing. Mommy is okay. So that is it. You know, with me,
First lady, please, can you hold the thought? I've been trying to talk to Joe here. Joe is a guy and he's a very big supporter of this channel. And he's been writing, things for us here in the private chat. Okay. Joe said polygamy is evil. I don't support that. I am into it and I know how it looks. So Joe, give us a little insight on what you have to say about this. Let's hear you.
Good evening, ma.
Joe, I think you. Yeah, good evening, Joe.
Good evening, Joe. Yes, ma. I'm sorry that I came late. Like I was so busy since I didn't even know that you already came live, so I was so busy.
It's all right.
It's all right. Seeing the conversation that spicy. I know when I heard the voice, I know that Spicy was here already. I know that she's here because she loves disturbing a lot. So, well, let me start like this. Like I said, polygamy is very, very evil. Like, I would never ever let my children pass through this kind of experience. Because, okay, let me use myself as an example. Like, imagine I am the only male child in the family. When my dad married my mom, after I was said and done, the families, because my dad is Igbo, then my mom is Yoruba. So the family said, blah, blah, blah. My daddy went to marry Yoruba, this one, that one, that one. They said my dad should divorce my mom. So because of that, my dad now went to go and marry a Igbo woman from Enugu. Now, that one now went out, then I was parked one side. After so many years, Then after all is all said and done, then they looked for me. I came back, only for me to find out that the second wife that my dad married gave birth to only female. All the three are all females. Now you could imagine that kind of situation. Now, do you think that second wife will be happy seeing me? Because of this, now I don't go to her house. I don't visit my dad. Even if I'll go to visit my dad, like I have to let him be aware that I'm coming and tell him to tell his wife that I'm coming because I know how it will feel for her, and who knows what other things that she might have been doing as well too, given the fact that I'm doing mutual. Because now she'll be scared now that okay, I know Igbo, you know the way Igbo do value male child, because she believes that since she didn't give her to a male child, probably she's worthless or something. So now she'll be having those kind of thoughts now, thinking maybe I've came back now to come and snatch.
Take
And when
everything.
exactly. I mean, I didn't even have time for that. I don't like. I have known several battles spiritually, physically, everything that I've faced, just because I'm in this polygamous family. So it is not something that I would even wish my enemy to even have experience. Talk more of my own unborn child. It is not a very wise one at all. So though I know that yes, there might be some other polygamous that might work well, but I can tell you that
Okay.
99% of them are very, very bad. And regarding
I want to
May,
ask you a question when you finish. I want to ask you a question when you finish.
Somebody is echoing.
so regarding May and Yu's case, for me, Yu has spoiled everything. Yu has spoiled everything at all. Like, why should you marry that you have built for 18 good years, and all of a sudden you just went ahead and gone fell in love with somebody else, and you want to tell me that it's a mistake? Somebody that they have been in a relationship for 8 years, you are cutting the person, and you want to tell me that's a mistake? That is not a mistake. I see it as a planned something. Like, man, this person, I mean, or is it recorded that May didn't give birth to a male child for him?
That's 3 male.
Okay.
That's
So
a
probably,
divine son.
so now, assuming there is no male child, and I will say, okay, maybe it's because of a male child. That is why he went ahead to go and marry another lady. But now this lady gave birth to a male child and also gave birth to a female child. So what else do you want again? What else do
Okay,
you want
Joe,
again?
let me quickly answer you before I will allow Spice to address your situation, your case here.
Okay, ma'am.
See, somebody's two devices are on, so it's echoing.
Okay.
Hello?
The lines are breaking up.
Okay, it's still echoing. So I'm gonna mute here to see if I can control that. Hello? Okay. So Joe, see, sometimes people fall out of love. It could be with their wives or husbands. You understand? And then I don't know if you're following Spice It Up with Onwadia. I told you to come to YouTube so you can see some of the things she's teaching. The essence of that name, Spice It Up, is that things like this are bound to happen. When you give gap in your relationship or marriage, you find yourself, separating from each other. And before you know it, you're no longer interested in that woman that used to be the apple of your eyes or the man that used to be. So to avoid falling out of love, you have to continuously spice up your relationship. That is the whole essence of what she's talking about, how to make marriage work, how to keep it working. So it could be that you fell out of love or you found love, something like that. I've seen those things happen. But I think for your issue, because you have a very serious case here, the only male child in a polygamous home, you are always very apprehensive. You don't know what is going to happen, what the other wife and her children are thinking about. That I want Spice to answer this question because she knows a lot about polygamy and then traditional setting. So let her be the best person to address this. And welcome, Peppy. Welcome, Nancy Vlog. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are amazing. I love you all. Don't forget to like the stream for me as you come in. So, Spice, what do you have to say about this Joe situation?
Okay, Joe, I understand how you feel. I think the major problem here is fear. Fear of the unknown. You're worried deep down you that because you are the only son, your daddy's second wife may be casting an evil eyes on you, and it's already sitting deep down within you. The question I want to ask you, has she in any way been treating you somehow or making you feel she dislikes you? Has she been treating you somehow? Has she been showing you signs of hatred?
The thing is, there was even a time when there were some times when the signs were coming in, because there was even a day when I even called my dad that, okay, I wanted to come and visit him. So my dad said, no problem, I can go ahead. But only for me to now, I said, okay, let me call his wife as well too, so that it won't be like as if I'm just jumping into our privacy without informing her about my coming. So I called the wife, only for me to call the wife. The wife told me that they are not around, that they are going for night vigil, that there's nobody at home. So immediately that response came in, I was like, what does this mean? Like, even if you are going for night vigil, the question you should ask me is, are you going to stay at home alone, or you're going to come with us to the church? That was what I was expecting her to ask me. But instead, she said, they are not at home. There is nobody at home. They are going. So that was where I knew that, okay, I wasn't welcomed at all.
Okay, you see,
even this Christmas,
now,
now,
why am I echoing?
Let me mute Joe. Okay.
I don't know why I'm echoing.
No,
okay, it's better now.
Joe, it's coming from Joe.
Okay. Now you see, our level of understanding differs. The way we communicate differs. You may expect her to tell you this, but this is the only way. Maybe she just said it to you without really having hatred towards you. Maybe she's not even educated. I don't know.
Spice it up.
Maybe she's not even educated. Wait, I'm coming. Wait. Maybe she's not even educated. Okay. Now, the fact that she said that, hold on, calm down. The fact that she said they are going to church, they are going to a night vigil, you as a mature guy, you can even say, okay, I will come over. If when you guys come back, you will meet me at home. But you didn't push. Already you concluded that you are not welcomed.
He is clearly not welcome. Spice it up. If I've called my dad,
Spicy, see. In this case, if I were Joe, I won't go. I won't call her a second time. I will ask my father, please find another means where we can be meeting.
But Joe called his father, and the father gave go ahead for him to come. So he should have just gone without really calling the wife to steal. No, this is his father's house, remember?
Out of respect for the wife. That Mama,
if I'm going home, I have a stepmother.
If he's coming.
I have a stepmother. Whenever I'm going home to meet my dad, my mom is late. I have a stepmother. I don't need to call my stepmother to inform her that I'm coming to my father's house. She's my stepmother. So if I have called my father, I expect my father to discuss it with my stepmother.
Said her mother was sent away. They married this woman. And then this woman now had all her children female. That's when they now started welcoming him back.
Okay, her mother was sent away. His mother was sent away.
He was raised
let me even say this again. Like my mom was still even with my dad, even when this lady has been coming in to sleep on the same matrimonial bed that my mom is sleeping. So you could see the scenario now.
Wow.
So you could see the scenario now. So for Spicy to say I should go, no, like I'm trying to avoid a lot of things. I don't want somebody to come and say, oh, this is because it's our husband's house. So just because I'm a male child,
it's your father's house.
That doesn't give me the right to just go and walk into barge into somebody's privacy like that. Because any insult I receive from there, I took it to myself, and that means I should take responsibility for that, because I should have informed them before coming. Like, I don't know, other people might not think
maybe because of where I come from. I don't know. So I don't understand all this.
So other people might not see it that way, but for me, like I don't jump into people's privacy, because it's our husband's home. Yes, it's my dad at the same time. Yeah, people might say, yes, you are the male child. Yes, you are in charge. No, I don't exercise my power like that. That's not the way I exercise my power. So for me to have called her and she told me she went for night vigil, definitely I'm not welcome. So, and I cannot force it. Since it's not working, I can't force those kind of relationship. So I have to just let it go.
Well, I don't, Joe, I'm sorry, but I don't want to really believe that that's the reason, that's the only reason why you think she may not like it. She has girls, God bless her, and I don't think she doesn't value those girls or should be envious of you in any way, because you are the only son. You know, maybe it's just mindset. I'm saying maybe it's just mindset, because our minds can actually mess us up. Sometimes we begin to think things that are not there.
I called my dad, and later on, my dad later revealed to me that there was actually something that happened at home that day, and that she now put me in it that I was the one that pushed my dad to do what he did. So because of that, she felt that I was supporting my dad in what he did. So that was why she now took me as a bad person and told me not to, like, indirectly telling me not to come. That's just it. Simple.
Anyway,
I was telling Spice Tap that it's not everybody who is like her.
Yeah.
Maybe she would, for her, she has a clean heart, she doesn't mind. It's not everybody who is like you. Not everybody has a clean heart like you. See this boy here, what can he do to this woman? That this woman has decided that because she had only female children, which is no problem, which is no fault of hers, she's going to end up putting all the problems on this guy, fighting him left, right, center. See, under the law.
Can we be sincere? She hasn't really maltreated him in any way. He's only reading the signs from her, maybe some of her actions.
Finish. Under the law, if this man, I don't know, maybe in Nigeria, maybe it's different, but under the law, that house doesn't just belong to the man, it belongs to the woman. That is her matrimonial house. If she wants to pull it with Jacob here, she can pull it and she would win, unless they decide to use tradition. Tradition wise, that is his house, but under the law, that is her house. So you maybe understand the kind of respect that he wants to give to his stepmom. He just called and said, please, I'm coming to your house. In as much as it's my dad's house, it's also your house, because you've had kids with this man. This woman goes ahead to tell me that even though my dad has told me that I can come, we are going for night vigil. My father didn't have the sense to tell me I'm going for night vigil. But you can tell me I'm going for night. She didn't even say that you are going or say we are not around. The woman said we are not around. We're going for night.
Yeah, she said that she's going for night vigil, and and what I was expecting from her is that she should just tell me, okay, are you gonna stay around, or those kind of things. But she just gave it to me that we're going for night vigil, the children are going for night vigil, nobody is at home. That was the statement she gave.
Yes, I'm not around, but you can go to the house. We've gone for night vigil. You can wait for us there. When we come back, we'll see you, or something like that. Night vigil. Then it means clearly I'm not in the house. Clearly, I'm not welcome in the house. So spice it up. People may not have. People may not have a good.
Sometimes we expect people to speak or say the way we want, and our mindset, our orientations, the way we communicate, our understandings as human beings differ. So I'm trying to cut human beings, other people, some slack when it comes to this. I don't just want to easily conclude on people, unless you have told me. You have to tell me, my kind of person, you have to tell me straight up, hey, I don't want you to come here. I don't want to see you before I will believe. Say it to me. Before, but if I am the one really suspecting, when you have not really said that, you only told me you're going to the church, I cannot really say I am not welcome in my father's house. Now, if she has grown up children, are the children supposed to call her also to take permission before coming to their father's house?
No, Spicy, you're missing something here.
The point.
There is already a problem in this family. The problem is that Joe's mother was sent away because one, she's not Igbo. You understand? And the man married her, and then the man's family members wanted an Igbo woman. So eventually, the woman started coming in, like Joe said, was even sharing the matrimonial bed with the mother. Then eventually the woman was married in. Maybe Joe's mother did not want to accept polygamy in that. So she took her child and left. Then after many years, they now want him back because the man has looked at it. This thing is happening in Nigeria. It's not overseas. Oh. Before we start forgetting the way
Yeah.
our people think, their mentality is still that male child, male child, male child, male child. Okay, let's be very clear on that. We can't pretend about it. That is what an Igbo man is thinking.
Yeah.
The man looked around. I only have maybe 5 girls and no son. Where is that my son? He start going back to look for the son. And then the son is now coming towards the father for them to have family again and all of that. And he now said, okay, out of courtesy, ma, I want to come and visit, blah, blah, blah. No, we are going to church and everybody's going. No, that's not the thing you should be expecting. You say, oh, when are you coming? What time do you think you can get here? We plan going to church. Maybe if you get here on time, we'll go for night vigil and then we'll come back together.
Yes.
Was that the first visit to the house? Was that the first visit to the house? Was that the first visit they
I don't
had?
know. I don't know if
No,
No,
that wasn't the first visit. It wasn't the first visit. In fact, several times whenever I want to go, I used to call. I will call her and she will tell me. But exactly that time, it was something else.
You have been going there, or less this particular time that she mentioned they are going to church, but you have been going there. And you've never had issues or confrontations with her. She has never treated you badly since you've been going there, right? I want you to just also, I know that despite what happened, I want you to also don't look at her with the mind that she could be trying to harm you. You understand? Maybe if you can just open your heart and don't look towards that direction that maybe she has negative mindset towards you. Maybe it's going to ease the fear. Maybe she's not even thinking what you're thinking. She could not be, maybe, who knows? What if she's not thinking what you're thinking?
She's thinking, my dear. She's thinking.
She's thinking a lot because there was a time when even my dad even told me about it. Like, wait, hold on now, spicy. So there was a time he told me that there are sometimes whenever any maybe misunderstanding happens between both of them, she will start mentioning that, okay, is it because she didn't give birth to a male child? That's why he's treating her like this, those kind of things. So imagine somebody that has that kind of mindset when she and her husband are having issues. So imagine me now in that same space, and you think it's gonna go well for me? Spicy.
No, you have heard her say that to your father.
Exactly.
Have you heard her say that to your father? Or your father told you?
There was even a day, after that incident happened, there was a day I called her and I sat her and I told her that, Mom, look at it. All these things that you are doing all this way, I see it. If I said I didn't see it, I'm lying. I saw everything and I understand. In fact, I was brought up in the Western part, so there are some signs or there are some things, there are some way you do. You don't need to say it with your words. I understand anyhow you want to do it. So I told her that, see, I don't have any business to do with whatever my dad is trying to do. I don't care. My own is I have so many things to do. My mom is there. I have my future that I'm planning about. So I don't have any time to. If you have any issues with your husband, try and sort it out without putting me in between. Because I don't want that's what I don't want at all. So that when you have issues, you now start saying because he didn't give birth to a male child, that's why. No, you don't need to bring me in. Whatever issues you have, you guys should go and settle amicably. And I even reminded her about the other day when she said they went to church. I told her that yes, I need that. You don't want me to come. So I told it to her face and she couldn't say anything. She just kept quiet.
Okay. So you see, wow. Oyoyo, let me quickly say something before I will step down because I need to go take care of some things. My husband is back and he's been waiting for me to step down. Yeah. So you see, sometimes our mindset, this is the same thing that happens with stepmothers. When a new woman, let's say a woman passes away and the father marries a new wife, this mindset equally goes. This whole thing plays out too, not just in polygamy. Why am I saying this? Like I said before, I have a stepmother. When she came in initially, when my father married her, she came with this mindset of, we don't want my father to marry another wife. So she came prepared for battle. She came. At first, it was almost a heated battle. When she came in, we became confrontational. But at a time, I had to ask myself, wait, so my mom is not here. Why this battle? Why do I have to fight her? Why does she have to fight me? We sat down, we talked, we spoke. Today, she always wants to hear my voice. What I did was to disarm her with love. She doesn't have a choice right now than to love every one of us.
Not
Why am I
everybody
saying
should.
this? Sometimes these things
Not
happen.
everybody would be like that. Not everybody
No,
would be like that.
no,
In fact,
no.
this woman,
Our mindset, our
I tried bringing
orientation,
her,
the things we
I
watch
tried
in
everything.
movies,
Spicy, hold
Nollywood.
on. I tried all the reasons why I said I'm going to my dad's place to go and check on him. In fact, most of the time my dad is not even always at home. In fact, let me just tell you, I was just using like indirectly, I'm just only trying to go there to see, okay, if she's somebody that I can actually call a mother. Or in fact, I'm literally just going there just because of my siblings and her. Because most of the time, my dad, when I go there to check on them, I stay there maybe a week and I try to look at the environment, how it is whenever I'm around. So most times my dad is not even always at home, he has gone to work, he only comes back home during the weekend. So when I stay there, I look at the environment. I see, most times when I'm there, I always stay in the room. Anytime you see me coming outside, maybe my phone is down, is dead, so I'll just come to the parlor, we'll sit down there. And once my phone is charged, I'll go back again and start pressing my phone. They don't talk to me, they don't do anything. Like I can't stay in that kind of environment. I cannot stay in that kind of environment. So
This your case is deeper than what it we might understand here. But the thing is this: you guys will really find a way to work it out. Why am I saying this? You have siblings. You understand? I know there is already. I don't know who is echoing, so I'm gonna okay. There is serious gap between all of you in terms of your siblings and your stepmom, but closing that gap is another thing you guys have to understand. And also, you have to also get your mom to talk to your mom, because if your mom was driven away, for example, because of this woman, she will still be holding that in her mind. And this one, you're going to this woman, this one, Moibo, I don't trust them. We know ourselves in Nigeria, and we know how we talk. So
in
you
fact,
have
she
to
used to
find a way.
anytime I tell her that I'm going there, she will always tell me, just be careful, don't sleep with your two eyes. Oh.
You
You
see?
close one
That's what I'm
You
saying.
see,
you
This
close
is
one
where
eye
this
and you
whole
open
thing
the
is
other side.
coming from.
we are all talking blah blah blah. There is still cultural war going on in Nigeria between intertribal marriages and all of that. But the bottom line here, you have to be extremely careful, and you have as well to be open-minded towards your siblings, because no matter what, they are your siblings. Even if you try to work on the relationship with your stepmom and it's not working, just remember you have siblings, and you guys will have a way to talk about it, a way to make it work. And your mom should play a role on how to make it work. If your mom had forgiven and then moved on, she should be able to like talk to your father, and then your father should be able to talk to the new wife on the acceptance of my son. This child
No,
is mine.
I feel like
I want him welcome.
I feel like the man
First,
is
I'll
not
be stepping down, but
Thank
let
you
for.
me
so
just
much,
quickly say this before I
Spicy.
step
You are
down, okay?
amazing. God bless you. Really good. Thank you. Thank you. I'll
Let
be
me
running
let
off.
me quickly say this. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, let me quickly say this. In everything, I still believe in giving people benefit of doubt. Like I said, Nollywood has messed a lot of people up, a lot of our mindset. The Nollywood is first, is at the forefront of propagating this whole jealousy, envy, wickedness, and all this. The things we watch sit in our subconscious mind. Now,
What
definitely every
do
woman, any
like
woman that is sent away, any woman that is sent away will not be happy. And of course, you don't expect her to tell the children good stuff. And this may also be contributing to the fear you are having. You are an adult now. I want you to just trust God and believe that even if the relationship between you and her is not cordial, but try not to have that fearful heart towards her. Like whenever you go there, instead of staying in the room pressing your phone, you could engage her, you can chat with her, you can establish that friendship between you two and even your step siblings also,
Spicy, before
not
you
just
go, I'm sorry for
staying
cutting short.
alone
Like
and staying
I
away.
don't I don't try to force it. Like, this is not just, this is a very issue that needs to be taken like with diligently. You get, that is just the way me I see things. Once I try to move in with somebody, or I try to move with somebody, and and I see that the relationship is not, the person is not welcoming me, like I just stay away. Like I have so many things disturbing my brain like this than staying around
Oh,
people who don't welcome me. Like even if it is my even if it is my step brother, even if my immediate brother, whoever you are, once I see that the relationship is not working, I just break it off immediately, just for the sake. Because okay, imagine I'll be in an environment where I'm just alone, and all of them. Assuming my dad is even around, at least I'll have a male person around whom I can chat with, discuss with. But now, they are all female. The mother is a female. The three children, they are all female. So imagine, like, it's a very hostile environment for me to stay
You
in.
you can
So that's why
still talk
oh
to your
dear.
siblings, Joe. No,
But,
you
Oh
can still
dear.
talk to your siblings.
I have something to say. I want to say that if, let's say, me, I have, or anybody has a stepchild, okay, when a stepchild comes to your house, usually you even initiate. Oh, Joseph, you are in. How was your trip? How is your mother? Let me see that at least you are interested in some part of my life, or pretend to be. But if you are not really interested in when I'm coming and I even call you to give you respect,
exactly. Thank you. Time with first lady. You just pinpointed.
I'm not around, I'm going for vigil, and then you end it there. It means you're not needed environment. And when Price Tap was saying that we are watching Nollywood, what Nollywood is showing is what people are actually doing in actual life. Actual
Nollywood
life.
is over exaggerating, my sister.
Most of them
Nollywood
are
exaggerates a
true
lot. What they
life.
are
True
acting is
life.
exaggeration. A lot are not true. Believe me, a lot are not true. It's not based on research. A lot of their movies are based on emotions. They are not based on
Like,
research. They don't carry
like,
out research. They just
Spicy.
shoot
Should I
they
shock
just
you again?
they
Spicy.
just
Let me
write
shock you
scripts
again.
based on
Like,
hearsay.
spicy. Let me shock you again. Like, do you know there was even a time that this woman did everything possible to separate me and my dad? Like, she didn't want me and my dad to come closer at all. What about that? She did
How did she
everything
do that?
possible. Yeah, I figured out myself. I figured it out myself.
You see, that is a mindset, my brother. It's a
It's not mindset.
mindset.
See,
It's a
it was
mindset.
glaring. It's not mindset. See, there's something like, I know that yes, people do pretend. I know that yes, people pretend very well. Even I might be going there and she might be doing, maybe she might be pretending like as if she likes me, but deep down I know that she doesn't like. Because like I said, I don't trust words. I believe in the vibes. Like I look at the actions that follows those words. So if you are telling me I love you, I don't trust that word I love you alone. I look at your actions behind that word before I will not know, okay, if this person really truly loves me or not. And believe me, like, and why I told you that, I said I knew that yes, she was, because I am, by God's grace, I was born and brought up in Christ, and I was I'm in the choir, and I'm also in the prayer warrior. So in these two departments, I know what it takes when those kind of stuff happens, because I know several times when I do pray in the midnight, I go for programs and I see these things. It's not as if I was being told, or I saw it myself. It's not as if it's an illusion or anything. I saw it. So that's why I'm telling you that I saw it. Like, it was hard. Like, she did, because she didn't give birth to any male child. So now she's not making me and my dad come closer, because she believes that if we come closer, then it's the end of our own world. That means my dad will not have time for her again, because she gave birth to female child. Like,
believe everything.
Spi- Spicy, I understand you. Yeah, there are some people that come straight to you, they work. But when you have somebody who is not even telling you her mind, but she's just giving you some attitudes, and me coming over there, it's not as if I'm doing it for any other thing. I'm only doing it because I want us to come together. There was a day I told her, I said, Ma, you see the way anytime I come around and you just be treating me like as if I'm an outsider. I said I don't want it. That the reason why I'm coming closer all this way is not just because of my dad alone. Because there are sometimes when I even come around, my dad, I'll not even see my dad before I'll be going back. But the reason why I'm doing this is because of my siblings and you. I don't want you to see me as an outsider. I want you to see me like I am part of this family, like me and my siblings. But even after then, it wasn't still working. After then, she was calling, she used to chat me up, but later on, she just cut it off. So
Jealousy.
imagine, so since I'm not welcome, so what should I do? Should I still continue forcing myself on them? No.
Before she kills, advise yourself. Honestly speaking, jealousy won't allow her to help you. Jealousy won't allow her to open her heart because she feels that she doesn't have a male child. But if I was her, I'll see you as my first son. and I'll draw you closer to me because I see you are trying to make the effort. You don't have to suffer the consequences of your parents' actions. It has nothing to do with you. That is the problem. Most people tend to push or project their anger issues towards people who are not the actual ones or the actual people who perpetuated the action. You understand? So I feel like you need to advise yourself. You need to be very careful, as your mother said. Your mother may be overreacting, but it's better for you to be safe than for you to be sorry. Honestly speaking, open your heart to them, pray about it, let the Lord guide you in your endeavors. But also, as I said, be very careful because of the fact that she didn't even have a son, she'll probably be doing everything possible to make sure that her children are the favorites of your dad. But so long as God is not an outsider, God will take care. He takes care of his own. God takes care of his own, and God always comes through for his people. So I just want to encourage you that don't let this thing hinder you from moving forward. Do your best to make sure that to make sure that you are trying to draw closer to your siblings. But whilst you are doing that too, my brother, shine your eye before they turn your six.
Exactly. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you
Okay,
so
so
much.
host and
First
everyone,
lady.
I'll be stepping down now. Thank you so much. Time with First Lady. It's been really nice conversing with you.
Oh, honestly.
Spicy, you have done well. Yeah, and this is your quarrel every time.
No, why quarrel? No, I don't have to flow with everyone. That is why sometimes you people see it. I don't have to flow with everyone's
trying to
belief.
I'm not saying you're quarreling. I'm just trying to pull your legs. Don't mind me.
Yeah. All right. So
you guys,
I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Very good for always being available and for being who you are. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Time Out with First Lady. Please check Spicy out. You're going to love it in her channel. Honestly, she is one person you're definitely going to enjoy her. So she talks about marriage, how to make it work, and everything related to marriage, in as much as she believes in polygamy. Okay. And for Joseph, what First Lady told you is actually the fact. You have to be very careful. My mother, if I call my mother today to speak with you, that's number one thing my mother would tell you. You have to, whatever you do, your eyes should be wide open because you don't know the heart of man. The Bible said in Jeremiah, the heart of man is desperately evil. Who can tell? And because you can't tell the heart of man, you can speak for yourself. That is the more reason why you have to be careful. But another thing I would advise you, because we are all now westernized, trying to be civil with each other, try and find a way you can have better understanding with your siblings, so that you can also enjoy your siblings. God bless you with three beautiful girls. Okay, so you can also enjoy your siblings, growing up with them and all of that. And when they see that you're nothing but nice and kind to them, they will definitely understand it better. Hopefully, I can't say for sure, but hopefully they will understand it better. If not now, but definitely in the future, they will understand it. That this brother of ours doesn't, he didn't mean any evil or has never meant any evil. And I don't think tomorrow he's going to mean evil. So for that reason,
yeah, even the last time we had chats, my siblings were also there too. Like when I started then, because when there was a misunderstanding between she and my dad, and they started putting me in between, they said I was also supporting my dad, which even Annette told me that I wasn't supporting my dad. Because let me just break it out. Like she heard that my dad is having another external affair with somebody else, and she felt that I was one pushing my dad to go and marry the person because she is not doing well towards me. So because of that, maybe that's why I'm supporting my dad to go and marry somebody else. And I sat her down and I said, "Ma'am," because even she even had the chance to even copy my dad's chat with that other lady, and my dad mentioned my name in that chat as well. So because of that, she felt that, oh, I am sponsoring my dad to go and marry someone. And I sat her down and I said that, okay, fine. This other lady you're talking about, I knew her through my dad, but I never knew that they were ever going to do anything about marriage, or my dad didn't tell me anything about that. So I don't have anything to do with them. Like, and I started telling that, okay, see, ma'am, Ever since I've been coming here, I noticed your reaction towards me. Even the other day when you told me you were going to church, blah blah blah, I knew what happened. That is as if I'm not welcome. And really, I dropped that statement for her. She couldn't say anything. She just kept quiet. She was just looking at me. She couldn't say, and that was how I picked that. Yes, that was what happened. I wasn't welcome. So I thought that I don't want you to be treating me like as if I'm an outsider, or because yeah, in Igbo they always treat male child very well. So because you don't give birth to a male child, then you now start seeing me as an enemy. I thought that I don't want. My siblings were there. I told them that whatever reasons why I'm coming here, I'm not coming here because of my dad or because I want to see my dad. I've been seeing his face right when I was small. So his face is not as if maybe it was dark before, then it's now light in complexion. So I say, okay, let me come and see his face. No, I'm only come here because of you and my siblings. I want us to be together. I don't want us to have this kind of toxic relationship that will start having grudges or this kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
because me, I don't settle for where there is grudges. I like love to flow. So, and once I'm in a place where love is not flowing, I just avoid it. Because even the battles that I'm still fighting up to now, I never finish. I don't want to come and add another problem to my head again. So let me sort it the one I'm fighting first before I start thinking. So, and when I saw it, I said, okay, deep down me, I said, okay, if this cannot work for now, which I know maybe later, if they later realize, but for now, since it's not working, let me let them be. I won't force it. I know gradually it will work out by itself. So
Yeah,
let
there
them be.
is
Yeah,
no
there is
point
no
forcing
point
it.
forcing it.
You just have to, be prayerful about it. There is nothing God cannot do. At the same time, you have to be very careful as well. And don't shut the door, okay? Especially towards your siblings. There is something I want to say here. In Igbo dialect, we say obumma adekweka mma gaya n'azụ," like somebody who uses machete to cut. I'm just giving direct translation. Doesn't want the same to happen to him or her. The woman was dating your father when your mother was still there. Now your father is dating another woman, and she didn't want that woman to come in. You understand? She I guess she doesn't want to test her own kind of coffee she served before, but that is life for you. But in all essence, let's just understand you have siblings. Even if you can break a conversation, bring up one, how are you today? What's going on in your school and all of that, and try to see if you can build something up from there. The issue of you being in your room all the time pressing, it does not really solve any problem, because the problem is still there. But let that elephant in the room talk
Ma,
about
do
it.
you know that even this December that just passed 25th, I intended going to see them because I called my dad. I told my dad that okay, I'm coming here this December 25th. So he agreed. I even called my stepmother too. I told her that okay, I'm coming, and they said no problem. So on that very day, I decided not to call any of them. I said, let me just hold on and see. Let me see these things. And do you know that throughout that day, none of them even called or even sent a text message like, Shibi, you say you are coming now. What's happening? We've not seen you. It was the following day, towards evening. That's when my dad was now sending me a message on Facebook asking me, we did not see you yesterday. What happened? I just said I read the message. I didn't even reply because if I should reply what is in my mind, in fact, we might not even meet each other again for life. So I just kept quiet. Then it was the
Okay,
third
Joe,
day.
you see what you just said now, you're sounding also upset. Okay, and that is
Okay.
not I'm still echoing, and that is not the way to go about this thing. Okay, you're sounding upset towards everything. You're not so relaxed. I'm still echoing. Okay, you're not so relaxed in the sense that, assuming this second wife never happened, you would have had a better relationship with your father. But now that you're a grown man, you should be able to see things differently. You men, I'm gonna put it that you men, you guys make a lot of mistakes, okay, in terms of marriage, relationship, and all of that. The mistake your father made, you don't want to go towards that side. So you have to find a way to like forgive everybody, including your father, your stepmother, and then try to see how you can embrace love, in the sense by getting everybody into the picture and loving them. In as much as we are saying apply caution, but don't shut down. Your father did not call because you said you were going to come. They will have to give to the end of the day. If they didn't see you by December, then they will call you the next day Maybe your car had a problem. I don't know the communication you guys have going on with you guys. You're supposed to have like, oh, I didn't hear you. Are you guys stuck somewhere? Is it traffic? Is it this? Is it that? That is what is expected. But sometimes men reason differently. They will wait for you to come. If you don't show up, then the next day, that's when they're gonna make that call to know what happened. But a mother will always be following. It's 4 o'clock. We haven't seen you. It's 5 p.m. What is going on? Where are you? What's going on? Is it tribal? Men don't think like that. So you should cut him some slack. And likewise, everybody in the family. Okay.
Yeah, even the mother, even the my god stepmother said, well, I was surprised because it was even the third day. That was when she now sent, and she didn't even ask me like, we didn't see you. She just, I sent her a Merry Christmas message, and she just replied like, thank you, same here. How are you doing? That was all what she said. So she didn't even bring up the conversation like, you said you were coming and we didn't see you. No,
Joe, I think you're expecting so much. You're expecting so much. Remember,
the thing is, I wanted to be sure. I wanted to be sure of where I'm heading to. That's just
rather building a new family relationship. You have to take baby steps. She said, "Okay, Merry Christmas. How are you? Fine. You take it another level. And we are fine. Oh, you guys didn't see me yesterday. I know you didn't even ask to know what happened to me. You can say that. Mama, you can say that. I hear what she has to say on her part. You just have to keep one day at a time. Baby steps.
How long has your dad been married to this woman?
Oh, it has been very, very. I was actually 10 years old when my dad separated with my mom. So,
wow.
So you see where I'm coming. I understand what Joseph is driving at. Joseph is probably expecting that the woman would treat her like the way she treats her children. Because definitely when the woman's children calls to say that, Mommy, we are coming home, definitely if the kids are not home by, let's say, 9 p.m., the woman will call them and say, Ada, you said you were coming. Where are you? Why are you not here? But this woman decided to call. Did she even call? Joseph sent a message 3 days later, and then she responded. You understand? So I understand, in as much as I see the point that you're thinking maybe he's expecting too much. I also understand the point from which he is also coming from. Because if you tell me you're coming to my house and then you don't show up and you've not called me, I should be worried. I'll call you, Joseph. You said you were coming. Oh, Mama, I couldn't come. And you didn't have the decency to call me.
At timeout, what you're saying is actually factual if they had good relationship in the past. But they haven't had that kind of relationship in the past, so you don't expect that.
Mama, that's exactly why I'm trying to avoid anything that will bring any issues between me, because I don't want any issues to go further again. Because, like I said, I'm this kind of person. I don't like to force myself on people. I don't like it. So once I'm trying to move closer, because that was what all this while I'm going there to go and visit them. I'm not going there for my dad. I was really going there because of my
The
siblings
family,
and her.
the family
Because I don't want this kind of toxic relation. I want to be free. Like, in fact, I even thought that to the extent the way I want our relationship to be, like I didn't even need to be calling you that I'm coming. Like you should just see me and you be like, oh, you are back. You are welcome. Oh, go and drop your bag. Like that's not the way. Why should I be calling you before I'll be coming?
Joe, I really wish that would happen, but even if it's gonna happen, it's not going to be an easy road. All of you have a part to play. You have a role to make sure that comes to fulfillment. It is baby step.
Joseph keeps saying that I don't go there for my dad. I go there for my mom and my siblings. He keeps repeating this thing. Has kept on saying it so many times. You could see how much he wants to have a relationship with this family, how much he wants to have this woman as his mom, how much he wants to have these siblings as his siblings, even though they share the same biology. But you could also see that they are not availing themselves for this thing to happen. So Joseph can decide that I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to keep on trying to talk to them and see how it goes. But if the other people don't decide to also help out by coming together, it won't happen. It takes two to
Yeah,
tango.
absolutely. That's why I said they all have roles to play to make it happen. You
Yeah, and
understand? But you that is the one desiring of it, you don't give up.
yeah,
Okay,
but
because if you give up, that's the end of road for everybody. You understand? The thing is that the gap has been there for years. Okay, when I mean years, so the children, they must have been warned. See, this guy is your half brother, but you have to be careful. This, that. What women would definitely do, mothers do that. But baby steps will not put a lot of expectation on something, because you know they're already warding you off from the get-go. You have to take baby step in understanding, okay. Then communication, conversation. You have to come up with conversation. Your daddy has to be
Man,
strong.
do you even know that? Do you even know that sometimes I don't tell my mom that I'm going to my dad's place, because I know that if I should tell her, she might just want to discourage me, which I know that she's trying to play safe with me, because she also knew about how the story happened, everything. So there are sometimes I didn't even tell her. Like, is it maybe if she and my dad now spoke on phone, then my dad will not tell her that, I'm at his place. So then she will not be like, so why didn't you tell me that you're going there? I'll not tell her that, I'm sorry, I run out
See,
of cash.
your
Like,
daddy has to step up. He has to step up to call his family to order.
yeah, the
It is
man is,
his duty to make sure that the family is integrated properly. It's not
yeah.
going to be an easy road because of the years that you guys have been apart, but is it achievable? Yes. The other party, like the stepmom and the children, might not be willing, because first of all, like you said, she doesn't have a male child, and Igbo people, once you don't have a male child, you're already feeling disadvantaged in that compound. They feel everything the man owns belongs to Joe, and that is the tradition of our people. Okay, I know recently the Supreme Court passed a rule saying that that is already forbidden, but starting it is the problem. This rule was passed like early December, either first week in December or last week in November, that the Supreme Court ruled that women in Igbo land should also get inheritance. But the thing is this, that's the Supreme Court. They won't come to your local village to enforce that law unless somebody goes to court. So it will continue to be back and forth. So the woman does not know this, what I'm saying now, that the children also has right to inheritance. But the thing is that they're seeing a male child, which is a threat because she doesn't have a male child. But the thing is that the whole thing boils down to your father. He is the one that will play a huge role in bringing his family together. It's not something he should leave for you to do. He should make it a priority. I want my family to be one. I want them to be well integrated by doing what he's supposed to do, calling the wife to order, and also telling the other children to relate with you like their own siblings. You understand? It's not going to be an easy road to work on, but is it achievable? Yes. But at the same time, in as much as you're trying to get this, you have to exercise caution. You have to be very careful, okay? But don't be fearful, because fear will even come. If you're afraid, it's going to conquer whatever you want to achieve, and you won't be able to achieve it. Okay, be prayerful, be careful. At the same time, don't give up. Don't put high expectation on anybody, because you don't know how they were raised. You don't know the kind of mentality they have. But the pressure should be on your father to do what? To bring everybody together. All right, having said that,
thank you
I
very much,
want to
man.
give a final summary, okay, from Joe and time with First Lady before we call it a day. You guys have been nothing but amazing. And before I do that, I want to say something. Somebody came in here to call names to my channel. Unfortunately, I saw that chat, but I didn't want to read it or pin it because it's very relevant. And I believe anybody thinking like that has no brain. Okay, I have to say it that way. So if you think you can come to my house, which is my channel, and say something nasty, it means you have no brain, not even that of a newborn child. You have none. So if what I just said now hurt you so badly, don't come to my channel next time and talk trash, because you will not find it funny with me. All right. So having said that, I want to start with Joe so that First Lady will give you her advice before I round up.
Okay. Regarding the should I discuss about the May and Yul issue, right?
No, we're
No,
rounding
we're
up.
rounding.
We're rounding
We're
up.
rounding
So
up. So
if you have
if
any
you have any
advice to give
advice
to
to
people
give to
about
people about
polygamy, you
polygamy,
can,
okay,
you
okay,
can
okay.
say it now.
Say it now. Just like I've stated earlier before, I am never ever in support of polygamy, and I will never ever be in support of it because I have passed through that experience and I know how it looks like. Like, in fact, I don't wish my enemy to even pass through that kind of situation. So talk more of my own friend. So for me, I think you just have to do it like because I think it has to do with discipline. Because I know that it's not easy. Because even me that I'm not even married yet, it's a lot of discipline, and that was why I said even that's why all these things that my dad is doing. I'm looking at his footsteps. I'm looking at the rights and the wrongs. So I'm looking at the wrongs. I'm taking like I'm trying to look at those wrongs. I'm trying to make it right for my own self. So I know it's not easy because to discipline because there are so many things that are going on in this world that we don't even know. There are so many things going on. Even going around, you'll be seeing all these women, ladies at times. At times your mind you'll be blown away when you see some ladies, but it takes a lot of discipline to be able to question yourself and say, no, I know what I want. I want to stick with only one person. So it takes a lot of discipline, but we all need to do it because we are not doing this just because of ourselves, but for the sake of our children. Because after many years, you will pass away, then now the children that you left behind in that kind of state, imagine the kind of war that will be going on between both of them. I had somebody in this western part who married like 5 or 6 wives, and they are all in the same home. In fact, the children are gone. I can't even count them. Now I'm imagining, and it's not as if this man has any wealth that these children can inherit aside from just one house. So imagine you have so many, more than 15, 20 children. Is that no war that is creating for those children? It's big war. So polygamy is not something that I will support in my entire life, and I will still keep saying it. It is evil. It is evil. And May, whatever Yuri is trying to do to enter into May, is not going to work because he knew what he did. He knew it. He saw it coming. But he probably just wanted to exercise the fact that I am the man. I can decide whatever I want to do. So probably that's what he wanted to do with May. And now May is saying no, I don't want. So I support May for that. So if she feels the best, if she's not accepting, definitely the best way for her is to file a divorce, and which I had from a time out that she is already filing a divorce. So that's the best. If I was a male shoe too, I would do the same thing. So that is my opinion on that. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us here. I really value your time, your contribution to this conversation. God bless you, real good. Thank you for the support and the love. I
Amen.
really appreciate. So, First Lady, time out with First Lady, please. What do you have to encourage Joe in what his situation is right now? And then what do you have to say about our topic for today as well?
Okay, so for Joe, like I said initially, Joe, just be careful, take baby steps. Um, don't don't um don't think too much on what they should do. Do your part and then leave the rest to God. Because I feel like you can only do yours for God to help you and back you up. All I pray for is protection upon your life because the battle in front of you is no joke, especially when we live in a community where take male children to be so high. And a woman who has been with a man for so many years and had just me female children, definitely she's going to feel insecure. So you should be very careful. You should pray. You should listen to your mom. Be nice to your siblings when you can. Be nice to your mother-in-law, your mother, your stepmother. Don't ever insult her or anything because she's still older than you. Don't draw yourself into your father and mother's battle. That's their business. Let them handle it. Do yours, do your part, and I'm sure that God will help you. My second thing I'm going to say is this, that females, don't forget yourself. When you get married, don't forget yourself. Push yourself first. Love yourself. Don't tolerate physical, mental, psychological traumas. because it will just make you so bitter that you will not even realize the kind of woman you are turning yourself into. I also think that we all should try and make something of ourselves. Try and get your own money. If you don't have any business now, you can try selling something small: ice cream, water, bread. It will go to a particular point in time, get to a particular point in time where you can gather money and make it something even better. If you are lucky and your husband is probably providing everything for you, save some money for a rainy day. That money should be kept and only brought out when somebody's life depends on it. And remember that these children that you brought into this world didn't ask you to bring them to the world. You decided to be with somebody to bring a child into the world. So, in as much as the man is providing, just be careful and make sure that you keep money somewhere for safekeeping, for emergencies, because you may never know what will happen. I don't wish May's situation upon anybody. Honestly, I don't wish it on anybody. But so long as we are human beings, we are prone to err. And some of these errors can actually be avoided, but this one wasn't avoided. The elders say that when you see that somebody's beard is burning, you fetch water and put by your side, because you may never know. So I just pray that all of you just look at certain situations of people and try to advise yourself by looking at these situations. And when you do that, you realize that your life will be better. I always tell my friends that this generation kind of parents will be far better than our parents, because we've probably seen Pepe, and we've probably advised ourselves not to allow our children go through the pepper we went through. So I really hope and pray that all of you decide to be better parents than your fathers or your mothers ever were. And your children will appreciate you for it. Your children will love you for it. They will say that, my father, my mother. When you mention her name, then I stand up from my stool. The kind of respect they add to your name because of the kind of way you treated them, treat them with love. There are some people who have never hugged their parents. The first time I hugged my mother was on my wedding day. And it dawned on me, when that hug happened, it dawned on me that I've never hugged this woman. Oh.
Wow.
So before it is too late, make sure that you show love to your children. Love
Yeah.
them countlessly. See, your children will make mistakes, but be a parent and say that my children will poo poo on my leg. I'll pick a rag and wipe it off. I'll
Wow.
pick it and wipe it off, and I'll make sure that they know in their heads of head that I really trust the wings I have given them. But if they make a mistake, I, their mother, I, their father, will be there to support them. That's the kind of parent you should strive to be. So I'm really glad I was on this platform. I've really learned a lot. I've really met wonderful people. The comment section is just wonderful. I love and appreciate all of you. I'll do my best to be coming on this live as much as I can. Thank you so much for
Thank you
me.
so much. Thank you. Thank you. Added so much flair to it, so much beauty. The conversation was crisp and was very, very insightful. A lot of things to take home. I believe our listeners today would definitely remember this name, Time with First Lady. Okay, so don't make it your last. I do have live stream. I'm trying to incorporate Tuesday because of time. If I'm unable to do that, certainly Thursday, Saturday is given. Thank you so much. You really spoke the mind of many, and I believe most of them must have been glad listening to you. So, Joe, um,
Um,
she said
she
it
said it
all.
all.
Okay, so you have to understand baby steps. Don't have any high expectation from anybody. Remember, you were not part of their growing up, and they were not part of your growing up, and you were raised in different homes. So mentality develop are definitely different. And for the woman, it's obvious, yeah, not having a male child living in Nigeria, and for community where she is might be passing one or two messages to her as though it was her fault that she did not have a male child. It wasn't her fault. Women don't decide the sex of the baby, but rather the man decides. And the earlier our people start understanding that, the better we'll be able to have closure. And also, like I said here, the Supreme Court has passed the judgment. So it's now a rule that female in Igbo land can partake in the family inheritance. I guess those women, maybe she's not well educated. She mustn't. Maybe she hasn't.
Maybe I'm not sure she's aware at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's aware of that. So she might still be living in the old age setting, but things are beginning to change and all of that. Thank you for being here and even offering your own personal experience about polygamy. Like I said, a lot of people have different experiences about polygamy. To most people, they don't want to participate in it. They don't want to encourage anybody to go into it. My husband personally will not advise anybody to go into polygamy. And he came from a mega polygamous home. But that's one thing he will never
Man, see, the thing is, whoever that has ever been in that kind of situation will never ever support. Like, I said, even my enemy, I cannot even. I won't
Yeah,
even
my
support my
husband
enemy.
didn't have it negative per se, but it's not that they did not have their own acrimonies. They did, but it wasn't the fact that you say they all experience bad things. No, but they don't want to accept it. It's their personal preference. You understand? That is their choice and the way they've decided to go with it. However, to some people that want to practice it, if it works well for you, go for it. But I personally, I don't advocate for that, because if you get to the point that that's the situation, I will walk away. My peace of mind is more important to me than any other thing. I can't even struggle with what I know I cannot control. But what I can control is what I have the leverage on. So I don't want to get into it. Geraldine, we're already rounding up here, and we'll be tidying up. Thank you for joining us today. She said she has filed for divorce and he refused to sign the papers. She cannot live like that without the court procedure. That child is not Yu's baby. Okay, I don't know about whether the child, if it's Yu's child or not. This is not a DNA court, neither is the a law court. This is a channel. We don't verify DNAs here. I don't have any documents to do contrary, and I don't know what to say in that regard. I don't say things that I don't have facts to back up. I don't live in assumptions, and I don't assume things. I try to work on the fact presented to me already, and that's what we are working on. And the title we had today, jealousy, one of the reasons why many will not accept polygamy. And I brought in the case that happened in Imo State, Nigeria, where a co-wife set ablaze another wife due to jealousy. Though the fact of that story was not fully conveyed in that information that Linda Ikeji brought to the internet, however, we were able to make justice to this topic today. And I want to specially thank all my co-hosts today. Spice it up with Onwadie. I love you so much, sis. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for always spicing things up. You are amazing, and I love you for who you are. I want to thank also Time Out with First Lady. You are exceptional. God bless you real good for jumping to the platform to share your opinion. I love it. I got a lot of things taken down today from all the things you say. God bless you real good. I love the fact that you contributed immensely to today's topic. And to Joe. Joe has been with me from Facebook for a long time now. I will be calling Joe a family, because every time he see me live on Facebook, Joe will jump in to encourage me. And I don't take that for granted. God bless you real good. And whatever good you put your hands to do, God will bless it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm planning something for my Facebookers, all my Facebook followers, all my Facebook fans. I'm planning something on my cooking channel, Yoyon Doki's Kitchen. And I'm looking at, by the time I hit 2,000, I might be doing one or two things to appreciate all of you. So you guys, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I can't thank any of you less. Nemozo, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you for super chatting my daughter that celebrated her birthday a few days ago. God bless you real good. May your pocket never run dry in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your conversation, your contribution to today's live stream. I can't be able to call all the names of those that came on today's live stream. You guys are amazing. God bless you guys real good. Peppy, you know I love you. Thank you for being here, Unique. Always very supportive. God bless you real good. Watch out on Thursday for another conversation we are going to be having here. And my time will be 11 a.m. my time, which will be around 6 p.m. West African time, if I'm not mistaken. I want to specially thank all of you. And for the person that came, I think I've addressed that. You guys should stop all the nonsense, false information. Start May Edochie's biological son. Thank you for your contribution time with First Lady. Yeah. So, Nemos, I don't even want to give a force to that person because if they want to verify DNA, that means they should bring all the children of Yul Edochie and start doing DNA. I learned that's what is raining now in Nigeria. That the moment they do DNA, that's how they're beginning to catch all the married women that have been cheating on their husband through DNA. So I don't want to go into that. Thank you guys for watching me, and for all the people watching me that didn't give me thumbs up, please, on your way out, like this live stream. Okay, life shouldn't be taken that serious because life itself is too short. Okay, there is no need carrying another person's burden beyond what you have ability to carry, and having emotional breakdown does not result to anything good. The understanding on how to manage your anger, manage your emotion is very important in our day-to-day lives. And I think that's something everybody should work on. If you think you lack control when you get so emotional, try to see how you can control your emotions so that you don't actually say things that you might regret tomorrow, or get involved in things you might regret tomorrow. All right, having said that, my closing words for today is going to be, woman, thou art worthy. Woman, you are beautiful. I'm looking at myself and I'm blushing because you know what, guys? I am beautiful. Even when nobody tells me I'm beautiful, I look at myself, I say, you know what, Oyoyo, you are the most beautiful of them all, the fairest of them all. That is what every woman should tell herself the moment you wake up. Encourage yourself, you're beautiful. If you lack skill, this is the time for you to get a skill. Do you know how to braid hair? Be best at doing it. Do you know how to clean houses? Be best at doing it. Do you have skills to run a business? Be best at doing it. Don't be a mediocre halfway. No. Get into whatever you have hobby in doing. That is what is going to last you when employment fails. Your hobby steps in. That is what is going to give you the drive to continue to push even when you're not seeing results. Tell yourself you're beautiful. Don't live your life to be Don't let your life be defined by the society, by the world. Never. And don't let the society decide for you. Decide for yourself. You that is listening to me, the young girl out there thinking that marriage is a scam, marriage is a beautiful thing. Marriage is not a scam. If you marry the right person that is meant for you, marriage is a beautiful thing. And whereby that marriage is not working, you don't have to put your head down, in the sense that you don't have to go 6 feet under because you want to make it work. Try to the best of your ability to make it work. But whereby you find out that your life is at stake, please, beautiful woman, take a walk. The day you were created alone. The last time I checked, when I was in the labor room pushing for my children, they did not give me their husband immediately I gave birth to them. No. And likewise, the day my mother had me, she didn't have me with my husband already in the labor room. No, I came alone. And I was celebrated when I was born. In the same way, celebrate yourself, woman. Nobody's worth dying for. If the marriage is not working, take a walk. Don't care what the society is going to say. The society will still talk, but tomorrow another information will come up. Don't let your head go 6 feet under because you're listening to what the society will say. You're being careful. Let them not gossip. Let them gossip. Let them say, is he who is alive that will have a voice to talk tomorrow? The dead can never speak. Be alive to enjoy yourself. Be alive to raise the children you brought to this world. Look at Osinachi. With all the anointing that God placed on her, when she opens her mouth to sing, it's like you're getting close to heaven. But look at her. because of what the church will say, what the society will say, she died in that marriage. Let not another snatchy happen again. Let not that happen. Not in my generation, not in our generation. You woman, thou art worthy. Don't be being bothered by herself because of IVD. And where is IVD today? He's moved on. Where have been Bimbo's children? With her parents. Let that not be your story. Let your story be, yes, even when I came out from an abusive relationship or this and that, the whole world were against me. But look at today, everybody's coming around me now to say they were sorry, that they judged me wrongly. Appreciate yourself. Get a skill, acquire a skill. If you don't have education, get a skill. There is something unique about you. There is something beautiful that God has created you with. It could be how to fix hair, and you're the best. How to make somebody up, and you're the best at it. Master that craft and be best at it. Find something doing, because once you have some financial, stability, you have a voice. You can be able to walk away from anything that is not comfortable. Having said that, guys, Neville said 4 hours of Aparoko. I didn't even know it was already 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for loving me. Thank you guys for coming. And for those that did not give me thumbs up, don't go without my thumbs up. Thank you guys for being here. I value every opinion shared here. And I'm going to say here, my channel is not where we come to call names or abuse people. We don't do that here. We keep it civil. If you can't have a civil conversation in my chat, please don't come the next time, because I let it slide today, but next time I wouldn't be that kind. Having said that, I want to thank all of you once again. And for my Facebook friends and all the people that shared me on Facebook, God bless you guys real good. Catch me on Thursday at 11 a.m. U.S. Midwestern time, which will be 9 a.m. California time, 12 a.m., 12 noon New York times, and 7 p.m. West African time, if I'm correct. Yeah, 7 p.m., 7 or 6 p.m. West African time. I'm not sure about that, because we usually lose. It's 7 p.m. West African time, I guess so. All right, guys. Thank you guys for being here today. Thank you for honoring this live stream with your chat, with your super chat. Yay! Never, thank you. I didn't even tell my daughter, Lexi, Didi. 1 second, guys. Alexi's back from school. Okay, Nemozo, if you're still here, she said $25. I say thank you to Nemozo.
Thank you.
Say thank you. Thank you for, see, she gave you big money, right? You're rich, right? Are you happy? All right. Thank you so much, Nemozo, for the super chat. Thank you, everybody. God bless you guys. Very good. Steven, we already rounded up. We are done for today. Catch me on Thursday at 11 a.m. Midwestern time in the US, which is the Central time. Yeah, 11 a.m. Central time. Thank you for being here. God bless you guys. Stay blessed. Stay warm. The weather is very cold. Stay warm and be kind to yourself. Thank you, guys.